Still
every
6
time-
minutes?
I
Yeah.
saw this is
Oh, okay.
awesome. Stuff she would never, ever do, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on.
Okay, the camera's going on, just so everyone knows, and we'll be starting the meeting in just a minute here.
Do you have my skinny side?
So if you've got any more comments or jokes you'd like to make, consider that it might come up when you run for president down the road or something else.
Makeup room somewhere?
After I was in the bishopric, we had a member praise holy.
I don't have to come to city council anymore, I can just watch it on YouTube.
You're supposed to be white, Brett.
But we like you coming as well, Mr. Rasmussen.
It's funny because we, yeah, that's very traditionalist, aren't we? We have all kinds of different bread come. You know, it depends on who brings it.
Oh, a lot of unwritten things have become dogma. So they just to prove the point, as a bishopric, we didn't even cover. We didn't put the cloth.
I wasn't at the last meeting.
Well, you weren't?
Live now?
Did the whole company.
It says live now.
Necessary.
Yeah.
It isn't.
That's us?
Okay, wait, I don't have the recorders on.
Okay. So, let me get the
You know,
video.
Our bishop
So I'm gonna post it like I say.
didn't wear a white shirt. Wartime, so we didn't wear a white shirt. Is there anything that says there's no, Scott Campbell? He said, he goes,
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick Facebook Live video so people can know
and
we're
he
live.
goes,
So, everyone smile.
he goes, I used to jump. He goes, I used to
Evan's
jump
got a
my
great
shirt.
smile too, kid.
On the high council, somebody
Yeah.
called and said, without my shirt. He said, he said, do you care if you wear a shirt?
And our
He goes,
finance
"Just wear a
director
shirt.
is
Just solves
smiling all the
problem
way
of
to the
people
bank.
whining." So, but people do believe it.
Okay, it's up. Click on that and you'll see it.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah. So we're good? Okay, so we're just gonna get a shot of everyone. This is a live video.
1, 2.
Come on in, Mr. Leonard.
Leonard, come on in, it's live.
Stay nice.
Okay, there go 3. Oh, snack time, Lynn. Okay, hi everyone. We're going live. Invite you to check out the city's YouTube channel and see the city council meeting. We're all set up, ready to go, and would like to have people see what's going on in city business. So city council's here, ready to get our meeting going. And you can follow the link that I just posted in this live notice to live stream our meetings. Every Tuesday, they'll be on live stream on YouTube, so please join us. Thanks.
Now we gotta be good.
Okay, now we can do the real starting.
Charlotte's pointed right here.
Before the real start, would you rather us watch it every Tuesday night, or would you rather have us come?
We'll be selective.
We'll be
There'll be an email chain.
Okay. Okay, then, welcome everyone. It's the meeting of the North Ogden City Council. We thank you for being here, and anyone that we have on our live stream as well. We'll begin the meeting, reminding everyone to please turn your cell phones off or put those on silent during the meeting. And we'll start with the invocation and pledge of allegiance. And looks like it is my turn to give those. We start all our meetings with the invocation and then a pledge of allegiance. So I'll offer the invocation first and then lead the pledge of allegiance. Our Father in heaven, we're thankful for all of our blessings. We're grateful that we can live in a beautiful country and a wonderful city. We're thankful for everything that we've been given. We're grateful for our democracy. We pray that we can be blessed in this meeting, that good decisions can be made for our city, that we can think of all the people that all of the decisions will affect and what is best for those who live here. We pray for our country and all of our service members who are abroad, and we pray for those that are protecting us and keeping us safe. And we ask for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand and join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go ahead and jump into our items for today. We actually have up first today a RDA meeting, which is the city's redevelopment agency, which does redevelopments in our city. And we've got a few items in the RDA to discuss first, and then we'll get into the normal active agenda after these couple of items in the redevelopment agency. Up first, we have a proposed use of some community development area economic development funds to stimulate a redevelopment in the old Smith's building. This has been a project we've been working on at least, well, basically since the day the Smith's building closed and the new store opened. So several years, a lot of time has been put into this project. This group of developers that we have is the third group of developers that we've had on the project. The first two projects came close but didn't work out, and the reasons were financially. They weren't able to make financial sense for the developers. This team that we have now from KSG Properties and Mountain West Commercial Brokerage have taken a little bit different approach. They didn't just look at the empty Smith's building itself. They've looked at the empty Smith's building, but also the strip mall next to it. And if you've been by today, the redevelopment of the strip mall has began. They purchased the strip mall north of the Smith's building and made it part of this overall redevelopment project. And by taking that larger view or larger scope, they were able to put a project together that was able to work and is now coming before the council here. So the strip mall portion is being redeveloped as we speak, and they can give us an update, Chris and Garrett, in a minute here, maybe on the timeline for that and when that'll be done. But it's going to be really beautiful, new facade for that whole strip mall area. And then they'd like to move forward with a redevelopment of the Smith's building, which is going to involve tearing down entirely the old Smith's building because of some just problems in space and sizing and some requirements Smith's has put for new parking to come in part of what is currently the old Smith's building. They'd like some of that converted into parking. So for a variety of reasons, it's just made the best sense to tear that old building down and build a new beautiful building in its place. So that is what is going to happen. There's a need for this project, as often happens with redevelopments of existing buildings, for some funds to be contributed from outside of the private sector, because there's really not enough economics to make it work simply for the private sector to tear down a building which provides no financial benefit and then build a new one. And that's why we have a redevelopment agency in the city to be able to do projects like this, to stimulate with some investment from the redevelopment agency to stimulate these kind of projects to happen. We've done a lot of projects like that in our city's history. The Acres Market, or what is now Lee's, was a major project for the RDA, where the city put in a lot of the infrastructure with the RDA to help get it off the ground. Other projects we've done, of course, is the strip mall itself, the Hug Hess restaurant that's coming. Our pool was part of the RDA, and some other projects. So that's going to be the proposal, council. But let me invite Garrett Goff and Chris Hatch are from KSG Properties. Garrett and Chris Hatch is from Mountain West, a commercial broker that's been working on this project. And we've been working together for about a year to put this together. It's taken a lot of time, and I'd just like to invite you up to just tell us a little bit about what's happening with the strip mall, and then also transition into, and we've got the maps here we can pull up, just tell us about the proposed project for the old Smith's building itself. And here's a pointer I'll give you too for anything you'd like to point out.
My name is Garrett Goff. As the mayor said, I'm with KSG Properties and a part of the Ogden Partners LLC that's redoing the facade on the shops and then also the old Smith's building that we're under contract with. As far as the shops go, project timeline, we're looking 6 to 8 weeks. Demolition started today, so if you drive by, the terracotta tile is being pulled off right now. So worst case scenario, we're looking middle of December. December 10th is my date that I want everyone done and everything back open. During construction, tenants are gonna be open for business, so we're gonna have signage up that, will open during construction. The facade is gonna look great. It's not gonna have the slanted roof. It's gonna have a parapet wall, more signage banner for the tenants. It's just gonna be really improved on that piece. As far as the Smith's building goes, you can see in this exhibit, we have the property line. Mayor, where is?
Red button.
I gotcha. So the property line that we're moving is right there. You can see the shaded area right there is where the existing Smith's building is currently. So we had two options. One was to cut the building in half, and that got really messy with utilities and different things like that. If we're gonna have multi-tenants in there, if it was a single-use tenant taking that whole space, it would make a lot of sense. But in this case, that's where we came to the conclusion where if we just demo the building, it's gonna be financially a lot easier and better for us. The gray area on this map, you can see, is where we have to improve the parking lot and give that back to Smith's. Reason for that is Smith's has the option to expand their square footage on the building, and so we have to deliver that back. With the cost of demolition and the cost of turning that back over, just those two alone, I think, is the reason why we're the third developer in. And it just didn't make a lot of sense. The other thing that we did that no other developer was looking at is we purchased the shops. And when we went under contract with the shops and there's an REA in place that blocks someone doing a pad out front. And now that we are under contract, we're gonna own both of them, we have that ability. So that's how we're making this, how it's going to make sense for us. The Smiths on our pro forma is not where we like it at all, even with the proposed CDAs. We're looking at this more on a macro level as the center as a whole. And so we think it overall is going to be a really good project. We have one tenant that is going to take the back space here. And that is, we're tying the ribbons and the bows on that. It's looking like it's going to be Ace Hardware. So we're gonna bring them in. Their door will face toward the Smiths here in the parking lot, as you can see. And then the next slide.
I was gonna.
You're still gonna have the drive
Oh yeah,
behind?
so you can go down. Oh.
Is the drive still gonna go behind there? I mean.
Yes,
to the-
yeah,
to
so the
east
drive
of
will
there?
still go behind there to the east and have that access point. This is what the building is going to look like. Earth tone colors, same materials and colors that we're using on the shops to create some symmetry there. It's going to be a really,
Hardware man is.
really nice building.
And I think maybe just a couple things I would mention that we've worked out and has carried out into this design is that the east side along that drive will look like a front instead of looking like a back. It has the windows and things. The east is, I can't quite read. That's the second one down, I believe, correct?
The east elevation will be that top one.
Okay, the top one is the east elevation. So it looks nice. It's not gonna look like the back of the shop.
And something to note as well is the west elevation here. This piece, we're able to pull that off when we build the building up against it, when we have that tenant demand. But for the time being, we didn't want it just to be a flat, ugly building. So our architect thought it'd be good to add some dimension there. So we're putting that on for the time being.
Did you say, or will you tell us, you're gonna own all this, or you're gonna be leasing it back to tenants?
So we're gonna lease this back to a tenant.
And you'll continue to be the owners,
That's correct.
KSG?
Well, Ogden Partners will be, that's
A subsidiary, essentially, or a
right.
specific corporation for this
Specific corporation
project.
for that project.
Which has been, I'll say, two of the developers we've worked with. This group has really stood out because they are purchasing the project to own it, not just short-term, flip it, and sell it or cannibalize it into different pieces for each tenant. I think it's gonna be nice to have what is the old Smith's building area, because the building will be gone, but the old Smith's building area, the new buildings there, the pads out front, the strip mall, the Wells Fargo, all of those will now be owned by one group that's in it for the long term, and I think that's good.
Yeah, in KSG, our background, we've done a couple shopping centers. The one on Fort Lane, where the Winco is going, the Layton Parkway Interstate. So I'm managing all the retail around that, and we sold off that piece to Winco. In Woods Cross, there's the Smith's Marketplace that's going there right off the interchange. So we're doing that. So we're very familiar with doing these kinds of projects, and we feel confident in our ability.
And did you say you sold off the one to Winco?
So we sold that back in 2009, the anchor position, and then we own all the retail around.
And you said that one of your strategies that helps this pencil out is that buying the strip mall gives you the right to be able to put
Put a pad
buildings out in front.
That's right.
Can you talk any more about those plans?
As far as we don't have any LOIs or anything, so as far as a specific tenant, we don't know. It could be something like a coffee shop, it could be a sandwich shop, it could be a bank, it could be a number of things.
And how big will those properties be? More
So
than one
it'd be one building. We would have
square
Two.
footage?
square footage. 5 to 6,000 feet.
So probably more than one tenant.
Yes.
Good.
Councilman Turner?
Nope,
Oh, sorry, okay, I thought your hand was up for a question. Other questions on the developer's proposal? And I'll get into the budget in here in just a second.
What's the time frame, or do you have a time frame figured out on that? Or?
So we would likely start construction in January.
Perfect time of year.
Perfect time of year to start, right? Exactly. We want to get it turned over to the tenant as soon as possible. They're anxious to open. So 7 to 8 month build time, so summer next year.
But would the demolition start sooner, or the demolition would be in January?
Demolition would start sooner. So
Okay.
we go under contract, or we purchase a property early November. We'd look at this winter. So this year, I think we would have that done.
And so let's see, the buildings out in front, what's the timeline on those?
That we don't have a timeline yet on.
It's going to depend on the market, when the tenants are identified or
Right.
there's interest from
So
stores.
market demand, the quicker, the sooner the better.
Mayor, just, they're buying the whole blocks, are they buying the Wells Fargo and all that? So when we widen it,
Well,
is that all
I
part?
guess I should say, we'll probably be purchasing the Wells Fargo for the road widening. They're buying the ATM and the drive up, which came with the shops. The strip mall actually owns the drive-through ground. So that's in two pieces right now. So in the long run, for our road widening, we're working with UDOT still on exactly the plan, but our understanding and expectation from the latest conversations we have is that the road will be widened to the south, and that's going to come pretty close to the Wells Fargo building, and it's likely that they will be relocated, and then that perhaps that building will have to come down even, and then some new pad put there at that corner.
And the widening goes all the way to this road, correct?
The widening will go from Washington Boulevard, projected to come to 475 East, just west of the library. So we've been working closely with this group to make sure they knew the road widening was coming, because they own most of that parking lot with the purchase of the shops where that footage is going to be coming from. So that's something we're going to have to work out, the purchase of that property, the sale of the Wells Fargo piece, and that'll become part of this project eventually as well.
So just You're gonna get in the budget in a second of what they're gonna, want out of the CDA, but, so we're gonna give them some money out of the CDA, and then we're gonna buy property back from them for the street widening?
Yes.
Good question, Carl. Why would
We have to leave the Wells Fargo building as is because it's gonna be involved in the widening project with UDOT.
Right, but east of Wells Fargo, these guys will own it too, correct? So,
Design.
Well, and we don't own the Wells Fargo parcel, so we just own
Well, no,
drive-through piece right here is in the same parcel as the shops. So Wells Fargo leases that piece from us.
I guess what Carl's saying is you're in here asking us for a gift, to gift you some money. But then with that gift that we're gonna give you, it's gonna help you put together a project that down the road a ways, you're gonna ask us to buy some money, some property back from you, and maybe you should gift it to us.
So you won't be buying this piece. The only thing you'd be buying is this piece right here, right?
Yes, but it's, yeah, we'll be buying property from you.
And some of the parking lot.
to widen the road,
To widen
we're
the
gonna,
road.
we're gonna be buying.
So you ought to consider, if we're gifting to you now, gifting to us in the future.
We also lose the Wells Fargo
Income.
drive-throughs.
So those are leased and we see income from that as well.
Yeah, that one, I don't say this isn't a bad discussion. It's just something we haven't even talked about yet because we don't have the final plan from UDOT of exactly how much footage will be taken. So we don't know even how much footage we're talking about.
But we know in principle,
We know there'll be something that will have to be purchased out of what is currently their northern parking lot.
Where will those funds come from?
We have been tentatively approved for a grant from Weber County for right-of-way purchase. And then we'll also be using funds from our transportation impact fee, the new transportation impact fee. And then also, we set aside money in the budget earlier this year from the Capital Projects Fund and the RDA for this project. So those are the sources of the funds to purchase property.
Isn't UDOT contributing some money also?
And yes, UDOT also has some right-of-way money as well. So there's quite a few sources that we'll be using to make the purchases. We don't know exactly what they will be because, again, we don't have the plan from UDOT on how far south they want 2600 to come.
well, that little piece between the Wells Fargo building and where the ATM sits shouldn't be too big of a problem for somebody to gift that little piece back to us.
My recommendation would be that we put that into the negotiations when we get into that, because as Chris mentioned, they're going to be, for example, losing income on what is currently a lease for the ATM and the drive up. So we're going to have to weigh, all of those things out. So that would just be my recommendation. I don't disagree with the having this discussion. It's just we haven't had it yet, so it's kind of
Maybe we should
hard to
have
put them
it
on the
before
spot.
that. Maybe we ought to have it now.
I just wanna,
It's information as we really know something about. If
Well,
it's
I
a-
understand that, but maybe we ought to discuss in principle whether that's a viable option.
Well, and with that discussion, I don't know if there's anything specific in the agreements about how we'll deal with the Wells Fargo building. Because it looks like it'll be something we'll have to work with, and then to make.
There's
I hope
definitely
that
going to
that's-
be another agreement with these parties that are here that the council will be involved with in the future because of the building, the parking lot, the leases that exist currently, how to negotiate all those things out when the time comes to purchase the property for the road widening, which we expect will be next year. UDOT has the road widening on the construction schedule for spring of 2018, so certainly all the right-of-way needs to be resolved by next winter at the latest, my hopes is we'll get a plan from UDOT at the end of this year, early next year. We can start the right-of-way purchase in late winter or spring of 2017 and have a lot of this, definitely worked out in the summer or fall is my hope, so that we're really ready for that road project. Because UDOT has indicated, if able, they would like to begin the 2600 and the 450 East widening project in fall of next year. So we want to get the right-of-way purchase, but it's just hasn't been discussed yet in great detail because we don't have the biggest piece of the puzzle, which is how many feet are we talking about?
Well, I think you could pretty well eyeball that. You could know, you're saying that the road's gonna come pretty close to Wells Fargo building. There's probably an idea how far then it would come encroach into where that ATM is right now. And so I think you could eyeball that, and you could say it's so many square feet, and in principle, we'd like to enter into an agreement that you would then not charge us to buy that little piece, because it's not gonna be a whole lot, but it is gonna be something.
Well, and I'm equally interested in getting some better black and white kind of numbers on the Wells Fargo building, some kind of estimate as to what we think will be there when the lines are drawn and UDOT takes that right of way, and what we think that building's worth and what you're willing to, because I assume that acquisition of that as part of this whole property is key, is another key element to making it successful.
I excuse me, as the mayor introduced me, I'm Chris Hatch with Mountain West Retail and Investment, and I just wanted to say that I have appreciated the opportunity to meet with all of you, and I've spent a lot of time with the mayor over the last year. Some of the way I think to answer the question to the three gentlemen who have been asking about this piece, when the mayor and I first met in November of last year, the whole discussion was oriented around a desire to do something with the dark Smith's box. And it was probably a frustrating conversation for the mayor, at least the first one that he and I had, because my conversation was all about the shops next to the Smiths, mostly because we couldn't figure out how to make just the dark Smith's box work on a redevelopment. And what we needed to do was start with the shops. And once we figured out the shops, then we could focus on the Smiths. And so as we have looked at this project over the last year with Garrett and the KSG group, basically, as we have modeled this, it's always been under two separate pro formas and two separate development tracks, right? Different paths, if you will, projects. And so tonight, the approval that KSG and Ogden Partners are seeking here is the $200,000 contribution towards the dark Smith's box, and that's what we're here to talk about. And I could understand your concern that you brought up and the question, Councilman Turner, that you brought up. And I think it is a question that's worthy to vet out, and it's worthy to talk through. And we do have issues, on the other side of the coin, that there is a substantial loss of income. About 14% of the income that was purchased on the strip mall portion is allocated to Wells Fargo. So that's a pretty hefty loss of income if that goes away. So but there are questions, that probably ought to be vetted out through that process. Tonight, though, our whole focus here is trying to get this dark Smith's box out and out of the way. And really, over the last year, myself and my teammates, my marketing partners, we basically have been ambassadors of the city, and we have been trumpeting why every tenant should be located in North Ogden City. That's been our job, to sell your city. And that's what we've been doing for a year. And, there's a lot of obstacles we face that exist with this project. And one of those huge obstacles is a dark 60,000-foot box that doesn't look that good. So getting rid of the box with the demolition of this and building, for Ace Hardware and having them come on board as the first tenant, trust me, we would really appreciate being able to tell you, here are the 5 tenants that we've got going in, 2 in line with Ace, and a couple out on the pad, and everything's done, and Garrett would be giving me a high five for meeting all of the objectives that he's put on in our court. Unfortunately, we're not there. However, we still are there and we believe in the project enough from the marketing side and from the development side that we're trying to push forward and get this thing to work and function. And we believe a lot of the way to close some of these retailers right now is to get the Ace Hardware going, get rid of the box, start the redevelopment plan, build the parking lot for Smith's so that everybody can visually see what is my opportunity to be located in North Ogden. And it really takes out a lot of the impairments that the tenants are putting up for us. And we feel like that will help us get the rest of the tenants over the goal line to finish the project off. So that's I just kind of wanted to point out that since the beginning, we've always viewed these as two separate projects. So we're here, and I could understand how you are seeing this as a corner and common owners, but it's not the way we've pro formaed anything to date. So, I don't know if that helps to answer.
Oh, doesn't. No, seriously, it doesn't answer my, it talks around the issue, but it doesn't solve the issue for me, I look at it, and I'm coming back into my mind is we had two other developers that worked this thing, and the highest amount of money that they asked for was $300,000. So we got another developer in now, and he's asked for $200,000, and now coming back for another $200,000. There's $100,000 difference there.
Well, and the big difference, Councilman, is the other two projects fell apart because it didn't work financially.
Wait.
So,
Mayor, you said they fell apart because we couldn't come to terms with Smith's on the price of the property because the people
financially, exactly.
The people wanted $300,000, so we didn't give them the $300,000, so it fell apart. So this is coming together because we're giving $400,000.
Yes.
It's the reality. I mean, I've been working on this for 2 years, and I wish I could bring a proposal that's no money from the city or the redevelopment agency, but that's where we started. We've worked it, and the reality is there's a lot of expenses to tear down this building, build a parking lot, all these expenses, and we can be a part of it with our redevelopment funds. We're not taking citizen tax dollars. This is not coming from
It is citizen tax dollars.
It's redevelopment funds. It's not
It's
1
still
cent coming from the citizens
It
of
is
North
still-
Ogden.
It is still citizens'
It
tax
is-
dollars.
It is not, Councilman. Yeah, the
do
RDA
you
and the
think-
CDA are funded by taxes from the businesses that are in the borders of the redevelopment agency. Those funds come from the businesses that are in the redevelopment agency.
So none of that money in the redevelopment agency belongs to the citizens at all.
We couldn't use it on the police, for example. It's not general tax dollars. You and I didn't pay to it. The money comes from property taxes of the businesses that are in the area. And when new projects happen, that creates new taxes. And then, so that's the funding mechanism of it.
So there are other taxing entities, including Weber County Schools, and
Understand.
so they're going to
But-
give up those taxes, and that goes
I
into.
understand that. I understand perfectly all that. But I understand also that when those other entities give up a portion of the property taxes that they would have gotten, then they come back and say, okay, as a Weber County, Weber School District and the Fire District, they come back and say, we need to raise taxes because we didn't get the income we thought we were going to get.
And they are.
But the
That's
big
what I'm
difference
saying. They're
is,
raising taxes because they can get, so we can sit here as a council and say, we didn't ever raise your taxes, but we did when we created a redevelopment agency. Now, that's another story, but when you do a redevelopment agency, you're taking taxes, a share of those taxes belong to Weber County. So Weber County Schools goes then to build a new school, and they're short on it. So they say, well, you know what? We're going to have to raise the property taxes of every individual in Weber County. So we contributed to raising the taxes. And so that's why I'm concerned about, Mayor, you used the word an investment. okay? When I look at an investment, I say, okay, we can make an investment, we can make money on the investment, or we can lose money on the investment. And you don't want to lose money on an investment, and neither should we. And so I ask myself, here's the questions I'd like, maybe you know this, Evan, I don't know. What is the property value of that property right now as it sits? And based on that property value, what are the property taxes we're collecting?
That's something we can research and find out.
Okay? The next part of that question is, what is the projected property value of that project once it's done? And what will be the property taxes that we will collect? Because there's going to be a difference there. And that difference is going to be what's really paying this back. And so we ought to take a look at that difference and say, how long is it going to take that difference to pay $400,000 investment to the city back? And if it's going to take 20 years, then it's not a good investment.
Councilman Turner, and then I'll respond to the questions you've raised, Councilman Uri.
All right. So I didn't ask the question for you to donate or anything like that. I just wanted to understand what we're doing. So you guys aren't buying this Wells Fargo. That's going to be through the UDOT, right?
It's
Okay.
going to be resolved when the road
Right.
is
I'm
widened.
just, and then eventually the road's going to come through here, and we're going to end up having to purchase this. We being the North Ogden or whoever's going to purchase this, be UDOT or whatever, to widen that. I know we're just talking about this over here. I understand that part. I just wanted to understand. So you're asking for a contribution or an addition or a couple $100,000 to help with this building here with the parking lot and everything, correct? Okay. I guess my question is, in the future, are we thinking we're going to come back and ask for more when they do the pads out here and stuff, or is that something that isn't even in the realm of thinking right now, and that's something that, as a city council member, I need to, in my head, at least plan for? Okay, we're going to give $200,000 here with the potential there may be more, plus we need to figure on saving some money to purchase that. I'm not opposed to the idea. I just want you to understand, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to make sure I understand it. So when residents come to me and ask me questions, because when we built the Smiths over here, we had to put almost $300,000 worth of infrastructure in for that Smiths to go over there, or something to that effect. Residents were frustrated, like, why are we giving money to Smiths, and stuff. And so they will come to us and ask us questions, and I just need to be able to respond to them. The renderings and everything, I think the idea and the concept you have is fantastic. I really do, and that building has been vacant for, is it 5 years or 4 years? 4 or 5 years anyway.
Because I was on the council when we dedicated.
Oh, what? So okay,
2 years.
2 years. So but it's been vacant forever, and so it's not that great a design, and so I'm not opposed to it. I just wanted to make sure I understood where I was going. So I don't want you to think I was wanting you to donate some money, and I understand some of Jim's questions and concerns, but I just wanted you to know that that's not what my intent for my question was. I just wanted to make sure I understood kind of the entire project in my mind.
Sure. To respond to your question, the way the pro forma is currently built, if we can hit the build-out timeframes, it's not hypothecated that we're coming back in for more RDA funds.
Whoa. What word? I'm a construction worker.
Why? I don't think we plan to come back in and
Okay,
ask
good
for
answer.
more RDA or CDA money on the Smiths only phase if we can hit the timeframes and the rent levels and the other projections in the pro forma.
Well, in the way
So we've tried to, this is obviously an experienced shopping center developer here. They're building other shopping centers in the Weber-Davis County area actively currently. So I feel like the model that we've come up with them is an appropriate model, is a model that will fit out the development timeline here at the property. And I can tell you the task of building an Ace Hardware only and taking down a 60,000 foot Smiths, Garrett can tell you it's not a financially lucrative investment for them. We have to find other tenants to go in here to get to, we're not even close to the level of a return, let alone anything that's positive returning. So the CDA funds really help to deconstruct the building The RDA funds, excuse me. The RDA funds go to help to deconstruct the building, and then you build the ACE hardware, and it helps to reduce your basis slightly in what you have left, which you then have to build on to get to a return. So there's a road to be had here, right? You got to travel.
So when you said if you meet the timelines and stuff, is your timeline 10 years, 20 years, or do you have it real?
Oh, it's gotta be
I mean, is it
short.
2 years? Is it?
Please don't scare the developer.
No, I'm just not, I don't know what your timelines are. And the reason I'm asking is because right now the market is, people are conservative right now.
Sure.
The owners and stuff are very conservative. We right now, we've had projects on the docket for 8-9 months, and we're just barely getting them started because people are real conservative right now. And so I'm assuming you guys are talking to potential tenants right now, and they're just really conservative. They're holding back a little bit.
Yeah, a typical rule of thumb for this size of grocery anchored center, if you did not have your grocer here yet, would be somewhere between a 6 to 8 year development cycle.
68 years. No,
Six to 8 years on a development cycle. Our hope here is that we would be a 3 to 4 year development cycle, and let's hope that we're already 1 year into that. And we're on the short end.
So I noticed you hedged your answer a little bit about if you're coming back in for more money. You said, we don't expect to come in for more money for the Smiths only project, which I think what Carl was asking is, you're going to come back in for more when you start to build pads?
The reason I answered like that, Councilman Uri, is because we truly are only looking at each phase individually. And we are only here tonight to talk about the Smiths phase. That's what we've prepared for to talk about tonight. We've obviously talked about the other phase as well. So that's why I answered that way. It's just we compartmentalize these projects in our brains because it's for 1 year. That's the way we've looked at it, right? For better, for worse, that's how we've seen them. We're happy that both of them are coming together. They're much better synergistically together, right? So if we can do the shops and get a nice remodel and get a nice tenant mix in there, it helps us to redevelop the Smiths, right? And vice versa.
Now, let me ask you this. Have you purchased the Smith building?
We're under contract to purchase it right now.
Okay. Does any of our RDA funds go towards the purchase of that, or have you borrowed money for doing that?
No, we will borrow money to do that. Or
Actually,
What's that?
Right. Closing set for November 2nd. Ogden Partners closed on the shops on, I think the deed transferred on Friday, which is why we started construction Monday. We didn't waste any time there. And I don't think we'll waste much time here either. It'll probably are being anticipated to be contributed to the closing. Those dollars come in the form of deconstruction of the building.
Do we have any kind of a pro forma of what it's going to cost to tear that building down?
so I have a pro forma and we are buttoning up everything, but to tear everything down, to do the ACE parking lot and to build the ACE building, we're somewhere between 1.5 and $2 million.
Okay. I want to give you 200,000 if it's only going to cost you 100,000 to do it. Yeah.
I wish it cost 100,000.
I think we'll burn through the 200 just taking the building down and then just starting the very preliminary site work to build Smith's parking lot. So it'll be right around in there. So
Councilman
at that
Satterthwaite,
point, we'll go through it.
Councilman Satterthwaite had a comment.
So what, I don't know how true this is. It's probably partially true that the difference from the first and second set of developers that the mayor's talked with and the third one is that Smith, I think, has come to the realization that taking out, what do we got to take out of that building? Asbestos, at least in part, that was a key factor in, and it is part of Smith's realization that maybe the value is really not what they were asking before. I don't know how much the value's come down.
Well,
I just offer that as one of the reasons why maybe this has come together in part.
Councilman, I'd like to see some studies on that asbestos, because that building isn't that old that there should have been much asbestos in it.
What I heard, whether it's true or not, again, is that it was going to cost more to take out the asbestos with all the EPA rules we have than it is to just demo the thing. and start over. Now, I don't know whether you're really demoing all the way and starting over. I don't know what you're gonna leave in place, but
The old building will be completely
Be rough grade.
Yeah, and
Wrong.
demolished.
again, you know, that Smith's building is that old that they didn't have laws against asbestos when that was built.
Yeah, there was a time period there in the 70s where they used asbestos, a glue material for the floor tiles that contained asbestos, and that's where the asbestos is.
It's not if that was in the 70s, because I was a manager of this bank from 1982 to 1985. That building wasn't built till after that, so there was, if that's true during the 70s, then there's no asbestos in the floor here.
I don't have the exact dates for you, but there is a report we would be happy to provide to the city from our environmental consultant who found asbestos under those tiles, and I could be off on my time frame, Councilman. Sorry if I am.
I started construction in '86, and I've done all kinds of asbestos work. I installed tiles with asbestos
You
glue.
break the law, Councilman?
What's that?
I can't
cut
help it if you
asbestos
break the law.
tiles. I'm gonna probably die.
So, two more points. My second point is I am concerned that you're breaking the pro forma apart into two parts, because you have said that part of the reason why this is going to work is that you're buying all the shops, means it takes away whatever prevented you from using the parking lot area for another building. So I understand that that you're doing the pro forma, how you're doing it, but we're really trying to see the bigger picture, which is gonna, we're trying to figure out what obligations this city's gonna have to come up with in order to make this whole thing work. And I know that a lot of the study or a lot of the numbers have been done, maybe with better assumptions later than earlier on, but we're looking for the time frame to pay back, with the tax increment, what will it take to pay back, and whatever those numbers are, I think are important for us to make sure it's part of the public record and we understand that.
Well, maybe I could mention on that some of the budgetary discussion, if now's a good point on that. Let me pull it up here on the screen. So this is the city's CDA, Community Development Area, again, is what that acronym means. And a CDA is an economic development tool the state of Utah has granted to cities to be able to stimulate economic development to occur within their borders. What happens is properties are identified to be in the CDA, and this map here shows properties that are in our CDA area. So the old shops here is this kind of northern piece and a couple of the adjacent properties. Coming down, and Washington Boulevard is what runs right through the middle of this whole CDA. So that's that line there. This is the project area west of Walgreens, and America First Credit Union is in the CDA. The old Smith's building and shops or strip mall is in this community development area as well. Then a parcel down here south of Zion's Bank, a few parcels north of the cannery building. Some of those abandoned homes and things are identified as future development areas. Then some other older commercial properties here. And then this large piece at the south end of the CDA is at 1700 North in Washington. That undeveloped area is all part of the community development area, and then some of the old farm properties across Washington from it. So the CDA can collect additional property taxes in the boundaries of the CDA and then use those additional property taxes for economic development stimulus projects. Putting in infrastructure, assisting with tearing down a building, putting in a road, those kind of projects that stimulate economic development to occur. For example, the City Council approved us to participate in the road construction of 1700 North here. So North Ogden City contributed towards the construction of that road and to a water line that has resulted in a new assisted care facility breaking ground that is going to provide a huge boost of property taxes. So that's the idea of the CDA. It uses money from the property taxes of these properties to do projects in the properties that results in higher development and higher property taxes to the city.
Mayor, let me ask you a question. We have not started that CDA yet, is that correct?
Correct. Well, the CDA is formed, it's just not
Life-
collecting the property tax yet,
And-
yes.
And we have a certain period of time in which we'll collect that, 15 years?
We have a 15-year window to collect those higher property taxes that we can start next year or any of the 2 years after that. So we haven't started it yet because there's not any developments that are finished yet and on the tax rolls. As soon as that assisted living center or the mixed-use development that's proposed there at 1700 North is on the tax rolls, is when we'll trigger it. And Councilman Uri mentioned the property taxes come from the other taxing entities. It's not, the owners don't pay higher property taxes, but North Ogden City gets a larger share than normal for only these specific properties in the project area. So that's where the money comes from to generate the stimulus funds to do projects. The idea is that, for example, our corner down there, 1700 North in Washington, the dairy's been out of business approximately 10 or more years. The land sat vacant. There's been unsuccessful projects there. All the taxing entities are collecting very little property tax because it's just fields. So yes, they're giving us a share of the property tax, but it's very low. They're taking an investment too. They're saying, if we give you a higher share of the tax for a very specific period of time and you stimulate economic development to occur, we benefit because it's just a field right now. If you can turn it into a assisted care facility that's valued at $15 million, well, now we've times 1,000 the property tax. So it's supposed to function as a win-win for the city and the other taxing entities because they're getting so little taxes generally on the parcels now that any new development is just a benefit to everyone. Our CDA was set up too that all the taxing entities are still getting 50% of the new taxes. So anything that happens, we're basically splitting those new property taxes. Now, a redevelopment is a little different, and this gets to what Councilman Uri has brought up, which is a very fair question. An existing building is already being taxed because it's an existing building. When we formed the CDA, the existing property tax was frozen at the current level. So none of the entities, the school or the mosquito board or the county, are giving any tax on what they were already getting. It's only on future development that occurs in the property area. So the existing buildings will stay how they were being distributed, but the new pads is where there will be new value. The shops will be valued at a higher value once all the facade work has been done. We don't know what that is exactly yet to give a numbers, but there will be a higher value from those. The new buildings that are built, once they're all built out, will have a higher value than the older building because they have newer materials, they're built newer. So the redevelopment isn't quite as cut and dry as we're going from a field to an assisted care facility. It's easy to see the benefit. And a redevelopment, frankly, there's a lot of intangible benefits. For example, we're collecting and have on 60,000 square feet of commercial ground, $0 in sales tax for 2 years. That's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of lost dollars to the city that once we have, which isn't even calculated into the CDA. So once we have this space filled, it's only going to take a couple years of sales tax revenues to more than replace anything we are putting in from the CDA, because we would be generating a significant amount of sales tax from this parcel that we're not, because it's empty.
So what you're telling me is that out of what the sales tax that will be generated, now, the only thing you're talking about sales tax, additional sales tax being generated is Ace Hardware at this point.
And whatever other building tenants come in
but
as
at
well.
this
We
point,
don't
we're-
know who they are, but
I
there'll be more.
understand that, but right now, we're saying Ace Hardware. And maybe, but you're telling me it only take a couple of years, and you're telling me that Ace Hardware's gonna
Once it's
collect
built out, I'm thinking once it's built out.
$400,000 of sales tax in there. No, it's not gonna
No,
happen.
there is going to be an increase in the property tax again. We don't really have estimate for that because we don't know what the county assessor is going to say about the value of the improved buildings, how much that's going to change the property tax value. But I think too, there's looking at the fact that we have the second largest commercial building in the city is empty, which is a big drag on getting other areas in the city developed commercially. As we've met with developers on multiple other projects, including the large parcel on the west side of Washington at 2700 North, there's a lot of concern about building new retail when we have a gigantic, the second largest store in the city is vacant. So that's where I think too, we can't exactly measure the value of that, but I think it's well worth an investment into getting that building torn down and new beautiful buildings put in its place. We don't know exactly what it's going to end up, who exactly all of the tenants will be, but we've got a great start and a developer who's willing to take most of the risk themselves. They're frankly, as I've been working on this for the last 2 years, I don't think they're asking for a lot comparatively to the cost of the project, comparative to the cost of tearing down a building, redoing the entire parking lot, building the new buildings. So that's where, I see a lot of value in this project for our city to get that old building down. We know for sure one new beautiful building's coming in. Some others will definitely follow. The Smith's box is one of maybe 3 big boxes that will be built in northern Weber County in the next 2 decades. There's probably going to be one out west, and of course there's already one in Harrisville, but I think that's about it for a long time. Big boxes aren't that common, anymore. So we have a big box right here. Those spaces will fill out because it's next to a gigantic store that brings tons of people into the community. So I think it's just a good step to get it going. Councilman Turner?
I was just going to say, not only that, but Ace is a place with a helpful hardware man.
That's true too. So, as to, that's just, I wanted to, John, can you pull that budget up now maybe, please? So that's the CDA map. Oh, actually, John, maybe let's go down, you scroll down towards the end of that.
Let's get something clear here. We're not proposing to give them any CDA money. We're proposing to give them RDA money that we're loaning to the CDA. Is that correct?
Yes. The city has 2 development areas. And actually, John, can you go to the little bit back up map? Actually, it's at the end of this. Sorry, there's another map just like that one. There we go. And can I have that mouse? The city also has a RDA, Redevelopment Agency, which was built a lot earlier, 1991, actually. And the parcels that are in the RDA are 7-Eleven and that Shops pad across the street and the areas north of that. The Lee's Marketplace, the entire plaza, is part of the RDA. The old Smith's building, or the new Smith's building, correction, is in the RDA. Then the area around the pool and most of the apartments and townhomes on the west side of Washington are in the RDA. Some parcels north of the cannery again, and then North Ogden Plaza, where King's and the old Macy's are. So the redevelopment agency is a separate agency that has a different area, but it has a healthy fund balance because we've done a lot of projects in those areas, and so those tax revenues are coming into the RDA, And that's what I'm proposing here is that the RDA loan money to the new CDA, which is brand new and, as we mentioned, has not started to collect property taxes yet. Loan the $200,000 to do this project, and then that'll be repaid once the CDA has cash flow. Councilman Turner?
Repaid to who?
To the RDA.
I mean, it's just I know, but does that have to then turn around and go into a project in the RDA?
Yes.
So let me clarify what the law says about RDA funds and
Thank
CDA
you.
funds.
Yeah.
What it actually says is that when you're spending an RDA fund or a CDA fund, the project you're spending it on should benefit the redevelopment area or the community development area. So technically, you can spend money for projects that are outside of the area as long as it's benefiting the area. Does that make sense? So a good example is where, we've talked a little bit about moving a detention pond that's in our CDA area. Even though the project's going to be ultimately constructed outside of the CDA area, it's actually benefiting the CDA. And so the same concept is applied here, is even if it wasn't going to be repaid, the money that is being expended by the RDA is to tear down essentially a dilapidated building and build some additional parking. And the additional parking, if my understanding is correct, is being required as part of the condition of the sale of the building to benefit the new Smith's building, which is in the RDA. So it's kind of, the projects are melding together quite a bit. And then only one other clarification. Technically, the redevelopment agency of North Ogden, which is, you all are on the board of that, is in charge of both of those areas. They're separate areas, but they're governed by the same agency, which is the redevelopment agency. It's just hard because the RDA sometimes means redevelopment agency and sometimes means redevelopment area. So it's a little confusing sometimes. So just, you're in charge of both of those pockets of money or bags of money.
Good thing we have an attorney.
So, Elizabeth, is the 200,000 you're asking for, as well as it's going to help construct the additional parking too, or?
Yes.
Wonder why Smith's, they want the more parking, why don't they pony up some money for that?
We've been asking that question through 3 developers now.
Yes, that's a good point, Councilman. That is, it's kind of a longer story, but with the relationship between Smith's and Kroger, the way it works best for them is they handle their own internal accounting as a condition of the sale. The buyer has responsibility to improve parking lot area for them. So.
Let's go Councilman Turner and then Councilman Swanson.
This is, I don't know, this may be a totally off-the-wall stupid question, but probably is.
I doubt it.
Let's say the CDA and RDA is all built out, but you're not done getting your tax money. How's that money go back to the RDA or CDA? Now, we don't have to answer that right now, but I'm going to need that explained to me eventually.
Well,
We'll find a way.
I mean,
you can do other projects in the area for economic development.
But if it's all built
or
out-
if there's nothing you could do, I assume the agreement would be terminated early and back to the taxing entities, John?
So essentially, when you run out of projects to do, which would include beautification, I mean, that it could be anything from redoing sidewalks, street lights, all sorts of things. When you run out of projects to do, essentially meaning there's nothing else in your mind you think you can do, then we just send a letter to the county and say, stop collecting our increment and give 100% to all the participating agencies and the mosquito board and
That
the
won't
school
happen,
district.
but I just was
Yeah,
curious.
but that's what would happen is it would just turn off early, essentially.
Phil, sorry, man, that was a dumb.
Oh, that was a good question, Carl.
Yeah, that was a good one. We'll give you a point for that.
Councilman Swanson.
Just a couple of comments. One is with regarding Smiths and why don't they? Because they don't have to. I mean, they're
bullying
for all the nice things that have come with Smith's Marketplace. They're still a giant corporation that really doesn't care about North Ogden, and they're more than happy to sit on an empty building that looks like words we won't use in public. That
Since you're on TV.
It's a good idea.
right, yeah. Following Mr. Trump's bad example.
they simply don't care. They're happy to sit on that building for decades, like the Fred Kroger building. The Fred Meyer building down there at 12th Street and Wall. I mean, that thing is finally going to move, but it's been 12, 13, 14 years that building sat there.
And numerous other buildings that they vacate.
Yeah, and they just don't care. So they kind of hold, I think, communities hostage. And the other, my view on this, I understand all of your questions and I appreciate them, and it's great to have a financial mind like yours on the council. Mine's a whole lot more simple than that. I really see this as a linchpin to getting a whole lot more done from a economic development thing going with. If I were a large corporation thinking about coming to North Ogden and I'm looking at 60,000 square feet that the city can't do anything with or get a tenant to come into, why would I think that they could do my 30 or 35 or 40,000 square foot place? We've got a tenant that wants half of what's going to be there. It's a good tenant. I think it will draw other things. In my mind, it is an investment, a risk that we're taking as a council in the future development of North Ogden. It's kind of a pivot point where if we don't do anything, we can say we didn't spend $200,000, and I believe we'll watch development cease to a halt. What little bit we have from an economic standpoint, I just in my mind am convinced, and I could be wrong. And it could, cost in the next election. Who knows?
Well,
but for me, I'm willing to spend the $200,000 to make this happen. It's unfortunately the nature of the beast. We didn't create it, but we certainly have to live with it. And I think it will lead to better long-term things that down the road we'll be grateful for. And so, I'm supportive of it.
We get Councilwoman Stoker asked to go next.
I agree with what Phyllis said too, and my way of thinking, I appreciate Jim's comments and the way his brain thinks, because mine definitely doesn't go there. And so I appreciate the questions that you ask and the value and the money part of it, but my way of thinking is if we don't spend the $200,000 and these guys go away, we're back to square one with nothing except that big old black box sitting there. And I agree. You've asked questions, but obviously we don't have answers for them right now as far as the Wells Fargo, how much is this? And they're not, it's definitely of point and of value, but in my way of thinking, this can be answered later. Right now, it's just whether we're going to fund the $200,000 to these gentlemen so they can get going. And I don't see why we would not do that, because I think businesses will come. I don't see it as we lose.
Well, let me explain to you some of where my mind's going. Okay, I look at it, I guess, from a banker's point of view. And when these guys go into a project in here, they're going to have to borrow money. So they have to have some equity in that project, where the bank is not going to loan them money. So I guess my question is, what is your personal equity into this? Or is our $400,000 the equity that is required for the bank to close on a loan for you? You see, there's no risk to you if we've given $400,000 to you and you go to the bank and the bank gives you some money. All we've done is given you some money. We haven't, and I'm sure you're going to pay more than that. But I would hope that bank would not loan you the money without you coming and saying, well, we're going to have more equity into it than the $400,000 that the city's putting into it.
Sure. The money would not be contributed as equity. I personally don't have any going in, but the partners will contribute equity to go into it. I'm not a banker, but I'm not sure that a bank would accept that. I'm not sure. But the money would not be going toward equity. It would be going toward the demolition.
Well, they would accept that if you said, well, we already own part of the building, because we've got $400,000 that was gifted to us.
I guess
just the same as if my children want to buy a house, I cannot loan them the money.
Sure.
But if I gift them the money, they have equity in the house.
I guess to answer your question, no, we would not be using that money. for equity. It would go toward the parking lot, and it would go toward the demolition and the improvements there.
Let me ask you another question I've thought about, and that is, you will own this building, these buildings, and you'll be making some kind of an income off of it. And I think you've explained to us before that over a period of time, you'll be able to increase rents so that it makes it more palatable to you. Is there a point at which you'll say that you intend to turn this and say, we're going to sell it now?
We're holders, so we don't have the intent.
You don't have any, you haven't done this, you haven't turned any properties and sold them that you've done this with?
Not like this. So I haven't personally turned any properties and sold them like that. I can't foresee the future,
Yeah,
but I know that our goal and our objective is to hold.
okay,
But if something, I have no idea what's going to come in the future.
okay.
A couple other things I just wanted to mention. This sounds like a good time. John, can we go back to that CDA presentation, please? Yep. And if you'll just give me that all. It's actually, I forgot my other pointer, so I'll use the mouse. So here, for everyone's benefit, I know the council, you've already seen this, but I'm just going to mention some of the things that were programmed when we formed the Community Development Area Economic Development Tool. We programmed and kind of forecast what some of the expenditures would be to stimulate economic development in the city. And I'll just run through some of the highlights here. One was a water line that I mentioned down around 1700 North to help development occur there. And that's resulted in a large assisted care facility that's broken ground that will be a $10 to $15 million building on the tax rolls, what was previously just an empty field. As well as you'll see down below, we contributed to the road. The city is, the biggest single expenditure is relocating the basin that is on 2700 North, or that giant detention basin that's on prime commercial real estate. The highway didn't exist when that basin was built, but now it fronts onto the highway and is worth several $1 million to the taxpayers of North Ogden, just the sale of it, if we can get that basin built at another location. So a lot of the money from this CDA will go towards building a new basin so that we can sell that property and get commercial development occurring there, bringing in tax dollars as well. Other pieces of this, other major pieces are an aesthetic plan to bury some power lines on Washington Boulevard to clear up the commercial corridor. That's a long-term project, but it's part of this plan. Road and sidewalk improvements on 2550, and then down here, I think it's on the next page, or on 2600 North as well. I mentioned there's some funds to contribute. Oh, here it is, widen 2600 North. That's one of the expenditures in the CDA. Widen sidewalks along Washington Boulevard. Demolition of the Public Works buildings so we can get that site ready for a new developer. Because demolition, it's just a market reality, is not something that really entices a lot of developers, because to them, they want a bare piece of ground to build on. Spending a ton of money to demolish an existing building is expenditure without any income. So we have put into our CDA so the city could pay to demolish those buildings and get that site ready to invite a developer to purchase it from us and put on projects to contribute sales and property tax once again. So, and then the old Smith's building and adjacent strip mall, we programmed $300,000 that was mentioned by Councilman Uri into the budget as well. We'd kind of foreseen that as facade work. That's changed a little bit in the case of the old Smith's building, because it's not just redoing the facade, the building's being torn down now, and that's why I felt comfortable to request a higher amount to $400,000, because we'd planned in this CDA to do $300,000 between the two projects. We're now, this proposal would actually make that $400,000 from the CDA, and really I think for the demolition of the building, it's a good project for the city. And so that's kind of just my closing comment on it is, This is something, there's probably no one single thing I've spent more time on than filling the old Smith's building, because I do feel it's critically important for the look of our downtown area. It is our primary commercial corner at the two state highways. It's a drag on other economic developments in the city. And I want you to know, council, this is not something, I'm not an easy negotiator. Anyone who's sat on the other side of a table for me can tell you that. We did not just give the farm away. That's sometimes a perception. This was not a deal like we saw for a major software company down in Salt Lake County, which was hundreds of millions of dollars from their CDA. This was we worked on this a long time. And truth be told, the developers felt it needed to be more. And I think they had a legitimate case. But, I told them it wasn't possible. And to their credit, they're still here, willing to make an investment to help the city move forward. So I've been really impressed with this group. I have no connections whatsoever outside of working on this project together. I'm not, I wanted to be clear, I'm not involved, I'm not an investor, anything like that. But I really think this is a good group to do a good project, get that old building filled. I think with the plans they have, with the facade work being done around, it's going to be a great area. And they'll find other tenants, hopefully sooner than later. We all want that, but sometimes the market, you just got to wait a little. But I'm confident this will be a great step to great things right at that corner, but also in some of these other parcels once we don't have that giant empty building just kind of sticking out there on us like a sore thumb when we go try and sell other areas of the city.
Can I ask, I've just been wondering, is the Subway shop that just closed, is that part of what you're purchasing or not? No. Okay.
Councilman Turner?
So this is discussion and or action. What action are we supposed to take on this discussion here?
Approve the expenditure or not.
Is that item 1, or do we do that down in item 3? That's what was my question.
Well, that would be if you approve it in item 1 now, and then also later the budget amendment to make the transfer happen. So we have the $200,000 in the CDA to invest in the project.
So I guess maybe I just don't understand why we having a public hearing. Well, I mean, the public hearing is about changing the budget.
Yes.
We're going to.
If you don't approve the
200,000.
expenditure,
If you don't approve
we don't
that,
need to
2 and
change
3
the
go
budget.
away.
Okay.
So,
I just wanted to make
not
sure.
that I'm encouraging you not to approve it to streamline the agenda, but the budget change is contingent on you
Okay.
approving the project.
All right.
So are there other questions about it? I know we've had a good discussion, which I appreciate. I think that's good. I hope everyone knows every budget proposal of any significance that I bring forward to the council gets the same amount of scrutiny, and that's a good thing, because we're got to make sure it's been looked at from all angles. So I appreciate the discussion. Is there any other questions I can answer at this point, or for the developer?
So I do want to just add that I'm trying to make every attempt to make this the best situation it can with what visibility we have, which might be the pro forma for just the first part of it. But I recognize the fact that we need a catalyst down there to get this thing spinning up, so that this property can become an income producing and a real value to the community. And I also think that it will be the catalyst for what happens across the street as well. So that needs to be part of the consideration. I would love to see our own pro forma, if you will. That is, what do we project our tax increments, and when will we be able to recoup all of that? And I know that it won't look very favorable without the inclusion of the rest of the second phase pro forma that you're talking about. And maybe we just, if we indeed have to go ahead and make a decision with what we have, I'm anxious, if there's any more information you can share, do so, but if not, I'm ready to go vote.
I think we need to be, we're talking about $400,000 expenditure here. Would we have 700,000 on the road? What was that? The water
I'm
line-
actually pulling the budget up right
water
now.
line and the road, how much did we spend on that?
Well, we didn't spend any, but we've given an impact fee credit to the developer as they do their development. They'll get some of their impact fees paid for by the CDA. So we didn't actually put any money into either project. We've contributed through impact fee payments by the CDA,
But it's
which
a-
none have happened yet.
But it is effectively going to come out of the CDA.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we have to soon,
My budget, sorry.
before they start building those things down there, wouldn't we have to soon put this thing in motion?
To start collecting property taxes,
Well, even if we're waiving.
we
impact
can
fees.
operate the CDA even though we haven't started collecting the property taxes yet, which frankly is how most cities do it. They will create a CDA, we want to do X, Y, and Z projects, and then they will issue bonds to do the CDA developments. Think Fat Cats, the Gateway in Salt Lake. These were massive redevelopments that occurred with a CDA, and the cities issued millions of dollars of bonds to do the city contributions and, you know, stimulate the development. We're fortunate because we have a healthy RDA that we're able to not have to issue any bonds to do our economic development projects. We're just loaning money internally from one development fund to the other for a period of time. And actually, John, can I have that mouse again? This is our city CDA pro forma budget for the next approximately 20 years. So I don't show any income for the next basically 2 years because we probably won't trigger the income yet because there's no major projects. You know, we only get 15 years of that income. We want to make sure it really counts. So that's where you can see the income I'm kind of projecting starting in 2019. But there's expenditures we're doing now. We've already put a slight amount of money from the CDA into establishing a large basin at the new Public Works building to help take some of the water that currently goes to the 2700 North Basin. We've invested $200,000 into the shops project that adjacent to the Old Smiths. And then what Councilman Muir had said, I'm projecting this year maybe $100,000 in those impact fee payments. That actually has not started yet, but in the end, there will be $600,000 of those impact fee waivers to the developer as our contribution to the 1700 North Road and the water line.
How do we account for those, Evan? If we're waiving those impact fees, shouldn't there be an accounting trail of these impact fees went into some kind of account? And they certainly can't go into RDA, they've got to go into CDA. So do we not have to trigger the CDA by the time we start waiving those impact fees and make an accounting entry?
Wouldn't necessarily have to trigger it.
Evan, can you just come to the microphone so people online could hear?
We wouldn't necessarily have to trigger the CDA. In order to make that happen, we would just record that there's money due to the general fund and due from the CDA to the impact fee funds. As far as triggering, that's just a timing mechanism when we say start the clock now. So it's not a technical prerequisite to making the transaction happen. It's just when we get to choose within a certain window when we want that clock to start.
So we could have a negative figure in our impact fees for a while.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see there's a negative balance for the first few years of operation of the CDA because we are making expenditures into projects without yet collecting any income. But that changes pretty rapidly once in 2019 we start collecting the higher tax revenues from the projects that have occurred. And of course, that increases over time as more projects are completed within the area. And then that allows us over time to no longer be running a negative balance, and then to repay the loan amounts that were made from the RDA, the general fund, or the utility funds towards the CDA projects. So I think it's the best possible way we could stimulate economic development. We're not asking to do 1 cent of bonding, which is pretty much par for the course when it comes to a redevelopment area or a community development area. Most cities will bond to do those projects. We're fortunate because we're in a good financial position to be able to do it like this, which is a little more creative of a way, but in the end, we won't end up owing interest to any bank or anyone else. We're using funds that we have, largely from the RDA, which is an economic development fund. And then you'll see there's a large loan from the general fund, but that is not taking cash out of the general fund. That's coming from the sale of that property on 2700 North. We can use that money from that sale to build the new basin, and then the CDA will pay the general fund back. So in the end, the taxpayers will get a new basin built, and we still get the value of that land. It will just take some years to get it because it'll have to be paid back.
If you talk about bonds, you'll have a lot more questions from Councilman Satterthwaite than you've had from me tonight.
Which is why we've structured the CDA to not issue bonds. We're going to stimulate some great projects which have already started. The assisted care facility, a multi-million-dollar brand new building, has broken ground. If you drive down 1700 North, you'll see the foundations and the footings and everything's being excavated. It's a beautiful project that's going to put a massive amount of property taxes into the CDA and into the coffers of the city. We are working very hard on projects west of Washington on 2700 North. But it's very important that we fill this building. We're also looking at the mixed-use project at 1700 North, which is mostly housing, but a teeny commercial piece. But that's, again, tens and tens of millions of dollars of buildings in the end, which will be added into the property tax rolls of what right now is a vacant field and has been since the dairy went out more than a decade ago. So we're stimulating these projects to happen sooner than they otherwise would have.
Well, I understand that, but let's keep in mind that when we say these things are gonna pay a lot of money into the CDA fund, they're gonna pay a lot of money into a CDA fund that has a large negative balance.
For only a short period of time, though, looking on the bright side.
Until it's paid off. Until it's paid off.
So
15 years.
where we need to be in order to move into a public hearing is that we have, is there something formal, or do we just?
To approve.
Well, yeah, you need to approve this CDA expenditure, and then we'll hold the public hearing to change the RDA budget and loan $200,000 from the RDA to the CDA to complete this project, as that'll be a separate motion and item. Councilman Swanson.
I'll move then that we approve the use of the CDA economic development funds for the stimulation of redevelopment at the old Smiths building to the tune of an additional $200,000.
I'll second it. And that surprises the heck out of you.
Well, now will you vote for it, Councilman? Is the big question. I love the second.
May I remind Councilman Uri that when you second a motion, you usually vote for it. Let's proceed, Mayor, with the voting.
Okay. Let's start with Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Councilman Uri.
I want to tell you, I ask these questions because I lay awake nights thinking about them. And in some ways, CDAs and RDAs smack of the Bernie Madoff School of Finance. But I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councilman Swanson.
And I appreciate Councilman Uri and all he brings, and I say yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that passes, and I, too, very much appreciate the discussion we have. It's, like I say, Everything is very closely scrutinized by our city council, and that is important part of democracy. Nothing
We
has
scared
ever
them
gone
guys,
through
too.
easily. Councilman Swanson.
Well, it's because of this kind of discussion and thought process that enables us to do these things without bonding. To do the things that we're doing, the great things in this city without having to go out and bond. And I appreciate everything that Councilman Uri has brought to this discussion.
And I second what Councilman Swanson just said. And thanks, Councilman
And
Uri.
this will be a great project for the city. It's going to lead to more. We're using the economic development tools like the CDA, like the RDA, to be able to create just a great commercial area on Washington Boulevard and our little piece of 2700 North as well, so that we have a great tax base, so that we don't raise residential property taxes. That's our ultimate goal here. Is we're not trying to turn into a huge commercial city, because that's not what we want to be. We love the nice, quiet bedroom community, but if we have two state highways, if we can fill them with great commercial and some higher density housing to support the commercial, then we're killing two birds with one stone. We've got some great property tax revenues from those more expensive buildings, then sales tax revenues, and that just allows us to keep a nice, beautiful community and quiet neighborhoods, single-family neighborhoods for the vast majority of the city. So with that, we have, council, some budget amendments. We've got a whole list of budget amendments we'll be going over in the general meeting, but specifically as they pertain to the RDA, there are two budget amendments, one related to the streetlight project and then one related to this project. So I'm going to ask our finance director, Evan Nelson, to give you some information on what the budget proposals are. Then we'll hold a public hearing to get any input from those that are here tonight on these amendments, and then it'll be back to you, council, for your action.
Okay. You should have a big sheet in front of you. This is a list of all the proposed budget amendments. In the RDA budget, only 4 of these lines pertain. So we just talked about the contribution of the CDA to the Smiths project. So if you look at the bottom of this large sheet, you can see where the budget is being changed to allow for the $200,000 contribution. So $200,000 increase to the loan line item, loan from the RDA fund, and then a $200,000 increase to the expense line, and that would be the contribution for the Smiths building. So that's one change we're proposing to the budget. The other is related to street lighting. The mayor's discussed with you several times the street lighting project on Washington Boulevard. And the source of funding for that project, or the sources of funding, it's coming from different sources.
You on, Evan?
What?
What line are you on?
So
Maybe do we have that pointer? Is that pointer up
Oh,
there
you
still?
gotta give me this number out here at the side.
So if you look at under street lighting, it's the last 2 lines of that section.
40/40/200. Is that?
Yeah, 65, 40, 420, 65, 40, 816.
Okay.
See those? And so essentially what we're proposing here is to reduce the approved expenditures in the RDA fund and then increase the transfer out expenditure line in the same fund. So we're essentially transferring that dollar amount into the capital projects fund, and then the whole purchase or the whole project of the street lighting will come out of the capital projects fund. We're gathering money from the general fund, from the RDA fund, and from the capital projects fund, and consolidating it into the capital projects fund. From the RDA fund, we're talking about $82,000. That will be the RDA fund's contribution to that street lighting project.
And this, by the way, is already previously approved in the budget. This isn't raising what we're expending from the RDA. It's basically consolidating the approved expenses from the different categories I showed you last week, and maybe John, pull up the streetlight presentation, please. It's in my folder as well. So
In my mind, we had 75,000 for beautification projects.
we did, but we rolled over money we didn't spend from last year, because we had intended to start some of these last year. We didn't spend it last year, so you had allowed us to roll that money into this year up to 112 total for beautification between this year's budget and the half of last year's we didn't spend because some of the projects crossed over, like all our benches and stuff. Since they didn't come in till after the fiscal year ended, we rolled that money over with your approval. Just down to the budget, maybe real quick to refresh it. So this, council, again, is just coming back to those funding sources we'd identified. The streetlight fund, we'll talk about that when we do the general fund, but RDA beautification funds, you'd be approving taking that out of the RDA and putting it into capital projects so that we can basically put all the revenues that'll be used into one place. So it's not any increase. There's nothing sneaky going on here. Any questions for Evan on this? Or is that everything you had, Evan?
That's that's everything. In order to approve this, we have an ordinance here that has those 4 lines. So you'd be approving those 4 general ledger accounts to be changed in those dollar amounts.
Any questions, council, before the public hearing on this?
Let's have the hearing.
Okay, then the public hearing is now open. Anytime, ladies and gentlemen, we make any modification to the approved budget, it has to be brought back to the city council in an open meeting. We also hold a public hearing so that our citizens have a chance to weigh in if anyone has any feelings on the proposed budget changes. So we invite you forward at this time if you'd like to make any comments on the proposed budget changes in the RDA and the CDA.
Steve Rasmussen, 1092 East, 3250 North. Just as a citizen, because there was no real citizen comment on the proposal as it was being discussed, but I appreciate the fact that the decision was made, and I would personally agree with the expenditure of the money. The one thing I hope, though, that doesn't get lost in further discussion is what Councilman Uri brought up. There is still now going to have to be a discussion on what happens with the widening of 2600 and the bank property and the property from the bank on eastward toward where the Smiths Road comes out. So I appreciate that, but and I understand that you know this decision had to be made now, but as it goes forward, I don't want. At least there should be a discussion about what does the whole project cost, and what are the pieces that North Ogden will pay for as opposed to other funding and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. Noted, and we will have that discussion. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Then the public hearing is closed, and council, it's back to you to
You have an ordinance number?
discuss further, or
It's a board.
correction, the board, yes. Currently, the council is actually seated as the board of the redevelopment agency.
And so we need an ordinance number.
2016-36.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve ordinance 2016-36, approving the budget changes as presented by our finance director, the amendments to the budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the proposed budget amendments. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
and Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Okay, thank you then. That completes the item in the redevelopment agency or RDA agenda.
Motion to adjourn the RDA meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn the RDA meeting, and I assume reconvene in the,
And reconvene
City
in
council
the
meeting?
City council active agenda.
Second still.
okay. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then the RDA meeting is ended, and we move back to our normal city council meeting. And the reason for that, the RDA board funds are actually separate because they're collected under that special property tax provision. So it's a separate set of books, and the city council by state law, I'm assuming, right, John, is the city council is the RDA board by state law. It's never anyone different.
It actually can be.
Oh, it can
but
be?
what
Okay.
happened when the original RDA was set up in the 90s, the board or the council established themselves as the board.
Okay.
So.
Which is the most common that happens anyway. So it's a separate meeting, even though it's the same people. The money is different. Okay, so we'll go to our active agenda normally.
You can't leave.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's a lot of exciting items to discuss, so
We just gave you $400,000.
they had another commitment.
Maybe you could bring some refreshments. That's what Councilman Uri asked for last time.
As long as it's under $25.
It's okay. Okay, so we'll go first with our normal public comments. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything you'd like to share with the city council, we invite you forward at this time. We just need your name and address at the start of your comments. And Bob, you're just in time for comments, if you'd like to say anything.
Hello, how you doing?
You didn't give your name and address.
Robert Don Buswell, 962 East, 3025 North, North Ogden, Utah, Weber County, state of Utah.
Checking account number, since we're on a roll. Okay, seeing none, we'll come back to that at the end of the meeting as well. We'll go to item 2, discussion to consider an easement between North Ogden City and Smith's Food and Drug Centers, the new Smith's building here, in this case, related to some trails and sidewalks. And our city attorney and city administrator, John Call, will be our presenter on this item.
Okay, council, I'm going to stand up just so I can see the board here. Oh, helps if we don't bring extra stuff out. So this is obviously the Smith's building in construction, where it currently is. As you know, when we did that as part of the development agreement, we got the right for a trail easement that comes along this whole path along the back side of the property. And what we found is now the neighboring property owners, specifically Legacy Part 4 to the east and the IHC property to the south,
Bless you.
are wanting to interconnect the trails, which is what we had hoped would happen. But what we found in doing that is, in order to connect the Legacy development to the Smiths property, we need to have an easement over this triangle in the northeast corner of the Smiths property, and the same thing down here in the southeast corner. To connect to the IHC property, we just needed a little more square footage. And so essentially, the agreement that is before the council, that was in your packets, is essentially an agreement that says everything we already agreed to, we're agreeing to for these other two properties as well, which is essentially that the city will install the trail and maintain it, and then there's some, but the landscaping will, and maintain it, I mean just the trail, the landscaping will continue to be maintained by Smiths. So they mow it, they do all that kind of stuff, but we'll keep the surface of the trail in a usable condition. And for that, we get that access essentially to the senior center parking lot and to the Legacy for development, and then also to the IHC property to the south, which will eventually extend down to 2300. Yes.
So in the plat drawing for the new, the Ace Hardware in that parking lot, it looked like that parking lot went right close to the trail. There, we're not gonna have to come up with another easement at that point, will we? Or is that gonna be, we'll be within that, those parameters?
We won't have to come up with another, this easement will take us from the trail all the way to the property line. So it'll cover, let me go back to the map. So essentially, right now, the trail is cut off at this 45-degree angle, and this triangle here, we don't have an easement. And that's where the trail will connect to the senior center, which is this building right here, and then into Legacy 4 there, and the same thing down south. So even though this parking lot, as it's extended into this section of the old Smith's building, won't affect the existing trail easement.
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
So John, I have a question. Oh, probably a year and a half ago, I brought to the attention of the city council that for anyone to come down from the senior center down to that trail, a senior person is taking their life in their hands. And I propose that we build stairs there.
And that's
Now, can we do that with that easement?
that's the plan, is to either snake the pathway coming down, kind of zigzag so it's wheelchair accessible, or do some other sort of a transition so that people can get from this development up into there and from, all along the trail into there as well. So that's exactly the point.
I would propose that, I know we have to have something that's wheelchair development, but that's a pretty steep incline. You better have a Jazzy if you're gonna go up that thing, wheelchair accessible. But, having said that, I would propose that we not just have it a trail. There's just too much chance of somebody slipping down that thing, that we have some steps going up with a handrail so people can get up. Now, I know how old Leonard is. He's gonna need that in a couple of years.
Are you gonna build something so we can get to it from our house?
Just remember,
Resolution number
when you're old.
That's right.
We will be bringing some plans back on what to do here, costs in the next budget, whether trail, stairs, combination. So Tiffany's working on it. We just, of course, need an easement as well to be able to build it on that property.
And so council, there is, essentially what you'll be approving is an agreement to enter into this agreement. And then also there's a resolution that separately basically the city's taking ownership of the easement. And so we need to pass both of those as we, when you make your motions, when you're ready.
And I should say Smith's has been great to work with us on this and the project. I mean, there's been some ups and downs as we've gone along, but they've been willing to work with us and actually have already signed the easement, correct, John?
Yep.
So they've
So
been good to work with us.
So with the easement, we don't own the property. We just have a right to use it?
Right, and it's a public easement. So we're taking ownership of an easement for public use. So
Okay.
it'll be allowed, anybody in the world can use it that wants to.
So if, by some chance, one of our seniors, and I know that's well used right now, people going down there, if one of our seniors slips and falls there, we would become liable insurance-wise.
So that's covered in the original agreement, the indemnification, and basically what we told them is, because they're essentially what they'd call a public invitee, meaning they're inviting the public to their property all the time, so their insurance already covers that sort of thing. We still have an obligation to make things as safe as we can, but my understanding is the agreement that they're basically responsible for it because the public is coming onto their property and it benefits them as well, so.
An agreement and a resolution number?
You've got a resolution approving the entry into an easement. The resolution number is 23-2016. The agreement number is A10-2016.
Mayor, I would move that we approve Resolution 23-2016, entering into Agreement A10-2016 for the easement as discussed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this agreement for the easement. Is there any further discussion? We'll start the vote with Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker,
Yes.
and Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Who seconded that, Mayor?
I did.
Councilman Turner.
Carl Turner,
Okay.
2673 North.
Is there more on this
ESQ.
item? Okay, so that completes item 2.
You gotta slow down, you gotta give
We'll
Cheryl a chance.
go item 3 and 4 are both related together. They're again proposed budget amendments that we are proposing, council, for a variety of different reasons. And just like the RDA, every time the approved budget is amended, the city council must approve that. Myself or the city staff cannot approve changes to the budget. That is only the city council that can approve changes to the budget. So we bring these proposed changes back, and then the council can approve or deny them as they see fit, and then that becomes the new amended budget. So we'll once again have our finance director, Evan Nelson, present the proposed changes. There'll be a few John and I will chime in on, and then we'll again hold a public hearing. If any of our citizens would like to comment or provide input on the proposed changes, and then council, they'll be back to you for discussion or action. So Evan, let's have you first and present what are the proposed budget amendments.
Okay, so we knew we were planning to have a budget opening, and we asked the staff if they had items they wanted to change, and we got a whole bunch. So we'll walk through these, and if you read my staff report, I attempted to explain kind of what we were trying to do. This sheet is the detail behind what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish. The table is, a line by line of what we're changing in the budget. So the first project is the street lighting project on Washington Boulevard. We talked about that a little bit already. This project has funding coming from Rocky Mountain Power rebates, from the general fund economic development line, from the general fund street light maintenance line, from the RDA economic development funding, and then also a contribution from UDOT. So our attempt is to consolidate all of these revenue sources into one fund, into one place, so that the revenues, the expenditures, and then eventually the asset will all be tracked in the capital projects fund. It's a little bit messy to get to that point, but once we're consolidated, it should be cleaner accounting from that point. So the original budget that was approved included most of these funding sources. The Rocky Mountain Power rebates were not included in the original budget, so that's additional money, some of which we've already received, some of which has not yet come, but we expect, we've received $8,600, and we anticipate an additional $16,000 in Rocky Mountain Power rebates. The other item that was not in the budget.
These, just for the record, are rebates from our city's switch to LED streetlights. Rocky Mountain Power had a very generous rebate program. We were able to get their support to change out all the streetlights in the city. And so we've got a significant amount of rebates coming from that program.
Thank you. The other item that was not in the budget is the $70,000 contribution from UDOT. So we're putting that in the budget as well. The rest of those lines are simply moving or consolidating, as John likes the word consolidate better than moving. We're consolidating these revenue sources into the capital projects fund. That might be enough explanation. Do you have questions about the budget for the street lighting project?
Now, some of these funds, we're actually lowering them because is that right?
Yeah, we're lowering
With the
expenditures in
contribution.
some funds so that we can move the money over and and expend that money out of a different fund than it was originally budgeted.
Tell me the transfer out to capital improvement fund from the general, that's from the general fund?
The bottom line there,
No, that'd be 1080-230,
The 93,000.
93,400.
so yeah, so there was no budget initially, and now we're going to transfer 93,400 out of general fund into capital projects fund. So originally that amount of money was budgeted in several different general fund expenditure lines, and we're taking that budget out of the general fund and putting it in the capital projects fund.
Well, was it budgeted for street lighting, or was it budgeted for other things?
Some of it was budgeted for street lighting.
The biggest piece is the 60 that was budgeted for street lighting.
So the current budget for street lighting is 60,000. We're moving 50,000 of that into the capital projects fund to help pay for this project.
Then the other amounts to get to 93 are the Rocky Mountain Power rebate checks, and then some money from the economic development line item, which is already an approved line item, but we're taking it from economic development to put it towards an economic development project, the new streetlights, but all in one place to spend it out of the capital projects.
This $245,400, was that budgeted originally for lighting?
So that's the consolidated expenditure.
Yeah, that's, if you remember from last week's presentation, Council, that's the projected budget for the total project. So the 245 is already there in all these different places. We're basically pulling it from all of them to, pulling it from the streetlight fund, 50,000, pulling it from the beautification fund, 82,000, pulling it from UDOT, from the Rocky Mountain Power rebates, and then some from the economic development line item to get that 245 in one place so that we can more easily track the total project budget, the expenditures, and be able to bring it back to you and say, here was the budget, here's exactly what was spent, all in one place, instead of writing checks from all these different funds for little pieces of the project. So it's exactly the budget I showed you last week, just kind of now pulling it from the different places, consolidating it into one place. The most logical is the capital project fund to expenditure it out of.
Well, this is an amended thing. I mean, this 245 didn't exist when we passed the budget.
It did.
Most of it did.
Most of it did.
Other than the Rocky Mountain Power checks.
The Rocky Mountain and the UDOT.
Yeah. And the UDOT, correct, yeah. The streetlight fund was already approved as part of the budget process. The RDA contribution was already approved as part of the budget process. And then the economic development line item was approved, and the RDA technical and professional line items were already approved. So it's not increasing the expenditures of the budget at the end of the day. It's just pulling them into one place, with the exception of the Rocky Mountain Power checks is a new expenditure, but it's also a new revenue because we hadn't accounted for that revenue. So it won't change the net expenditures of the budget 1 cent either way, because the only new expenses are the UDOT money, which we're getting 70 and we're spending 70, and then the Rocky Mountain Power, we're getting approximately 24 and we're spending approximately 24 from Rocky Mountain Power. So if you look at the whole budget, it's not actually changing what we're spending at the end of the day.
The city's contribution, I guess you could say. It's not changing the city's portion of that.
Or from what was approved in the budget earlier this year.
So we were comfortable with that chart right there.
Right.
And this replicates that, only in a different format to make our accounting system pull it all together in one place so we can see it spent from one line item.
I think it'll make it easier to track.
Yeah, for sure.
Instead of, checks coming from 5 different funds there, we have one transfer that's coming from each of those funds for respective amounts. into the capital improvements, and then we just simply go to capital improvements to take care of the lighting. I like that.
Councilman Turner?
So, both you and Evan have said that you expect or you plan or you're hoping to get an extra 16,000 from Rocky Mountain Power. If for some reason we only get 12,000, do we have to come back and amend the budget again?
Yep.
Would it be, or is this a conservative number, and should maybe we make that maybe even if it's not a conservative number, make it more conservative so that we don't have to amend it? And you know what I mean? You understand my question?
Sure, I understand. We wouldn't have to amend it again. The 16,000 that we're proposing is a miscellaneous revenue line. So if the miscellaneous revenues don't come in as well as we anticipated, you're approving an expenditure of $245,400. If revenues don't meet expenditures, then we either decide we don't make the expenditure because revenues haven't come in, or we spend fund balance.
But that would
it's-
have to come back for
That'd
council
have to come
approval,
back to
correct?
us.
To expend fund balance?
It wouldn't, because they're approving the $245,400. That
Okay.
that
But
gives.
we're basing that on approving the income at the same
Yes,
time.
and the one item, the second item here, John, can we go back to the spreadsheet, please, is what we actually have gotten from Rocky Mountain Power. That's why it's a little bit more exact figure, 8,698. The 16,000 is a little bit of an estimate because we're waiting for those, so it might change slightly. We don't anticipate it changing significantly.
So we know the checks are coming. They just haven't written them out and put them in the mail yet. So we don't know exactly how much it is, but it's essentially based on all of the LED lights that we put into the Cobra headlights on our street poles, right, Mayor? Mm-hmm. And so we know that how many lights we put in and how much they're going to give us. It should be a really close estimate. It's just not, we don't know to the penny exactly what is coming in each check.
And it's not in the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, the check is not in the mail yet.
So I guess my only question is, are we going once we get those checks, are we going to have to do this again? But if we don't
No.
need to, that's great.
But-
If there's a way we can avoid doing it again, that'd be awesome. But if we have to do it again, we will. I just
And
wanted-
the good news is, already last week, I committed to you, we will bring the final budget back before we start, which we're still going to do. So
Okay.
if something changes, you're going to see this again before we actually start buying streetlights.
Okay.
Once we have the boring costs dialed in more closely and things like that. So even though Evan is saying, yes, we could spend the fund balance or something, the commitment we've made already is we will bring the final project budget back before final approval for the streetlights. And I hope by then we'll have maybe the exact amount of these checks, but we anticipate it should be at least 16,000. That's why we use that number.
Okay. Thank you.
There were on that chart some sources for additional funds that we were not comfortable with. So, but we're good. I mean, we had fund sources identified, though some of them are not certain yet and some not in the mail. Total the 245,400. That's what we're committing to.
Yes, and though that is why we're going to bring you the final budget before we spend those, so that you'll know the exact cost for if it ends up 29 streetlights or 32. We can give you the exact budget before we purchase them. So we're committing to doing that before expending the money, so that we can tie a little of the loose ends, because we don't know exactly what those final costs will be, and if we'll need to dip into those other sources or not.
So I'm
But
comfortable.
this is approving them, it's just, we won't start spending it until we have brought that back to you.
So I'm comfortable with the lighting part.
Okay. Should we move on to skate park? The next item is the skate park relocation. In my original staff report, I made a mistake. I had 250,000 as the county's contribution. It's actually 213,000 that they agreed to contribute for the skate park relocation. So I made that change in these documents, but the original one you received showed 250,000.
I got kind of excited there for a minute.
Sorry about that. So
I'm concerned that you put the skate park and animal shelter all on the same line.
The rider on the bill.
the reason they're together is because they utilize the same revenue GL account. That doesn't mean they can't be separated. If you choose to approve one and not the other, we can make that adjustment. So that section.
I thought you were intimating that the people that use the skate park were animals.
I was not.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to have a discussion about the skate park at this point. Or do you have questions about the skate park budget? That just
This
wasn't
is
in the budget.
essentially adding that into the budget, council, so we're ready to expend it once the plan's completed. Councilman Swanson, is there anything you would like to, Councilman Swanson's leading up
I'm
the
just
skate park
working with the
committee?
city engineer to get some rough ideas of what expenditures might be and what costs might be. And whether or not the skate community needs to do some fundraising as they said they would. Hopefully we'll have that here in the next week or two.
Okay.
I think Councilman Satterthwaite had some questions on animal shelter.
Okay. So
Well, I do, if this is tantamount to approving a budget for an animal shelter, I wanted more information on what we're really gonna do and what our estimates are and kind of the normal we usually do.
okay, so John's prepared to talk a little bit about the animal shelter proposal.
Okay, so, let me put the mic down. So council, as you know, we have some space to the west of our existing public works facility. So again, I'm gonna stand up. And it's hard to see. I thought Google had updated it to show our new facility. It doesn't. But up in this corner of the property, there's some vacant space. And Questar, if you remember, they came to you about a year ago to talk about putting one up on 450 East near the cemetery. And that site just ended up not working for various reasons, some of which just include putting that in a residential area. So they came back to us and said, hey, why don't we put it over here at the public works site? So here's the existing administrative building for our new public works site. And they're talking about taking this front corner and putting what they call a pressure regulation station, which typically the pressure that comes in through their main lines is like 300 PSI, and this drops it down to 40 to where it can actually go out and service the community. And so they have to put a facility there, and it will look like this. So essentially this is a stone or a poured cement along Loman View Drive, and then the backside will be open fencing, like a wrought iron fence, so that they can see in there for security reasons. I'm trying to think, probably the closest one of these is out in far west on 2700 North, east of the trailer park there. Closer to the tracks, there's actually a current station. This would look a whole lot better than that because they're going to put up the concrete walls around it and that sort of stuff. But what we're doing as part of that, or what's been proposed, is instead of just outright selling the property, which would require subdivision and all that sort of stuff, we would essentially sell them an easement like we did with the cell tower, and it would be another perpetual easement. In exchange for that, what they've talked about is they're going to pour asphalt in this green area to come all the way into their facility. They're going to put all the landscaping in around the facility, and then they're going to run an asphalt down to what we're calling the dog shelter. We have a need to put in a new facility because our current facility is at the old public works site, and we can't sell it until we find a new site. So the idea would be that they would give us $70,000 on top of all of the improvements that they're going to put in for the animal facility. They've said 70. We're trying. I'm trying to push them up to 80. They haven't given me a firm yes or no on it, but we think we'll get them there. But essentially, what this would do is build a 2-level building, which would be the downstairs. It would have a daylight basement, so you'd be able to walk in up here. But then, as the ground slopes, the south end would be exposed, and it would be a concrete wall. That's where the animals would be kept inside cages or pens. And then upstairs would eventually be turned into an office space and storage space for some of the police evidence that we keep on hand. Currently, it's just in a tough shed, some of that stuff. And so essentially, it gives the police a little more storage space. Right now, we're not planning on finishing out the upstairs because it's a little more expensive. It's something we'd have to do down the road when we saw a need to have an office with maybe even have our officer there whenever our animal control officer is not out patrolling. He would actually come to this office as opposed to coming over here to the police station. So essentially give a spot to check animals in and out. And then right now we think we can do it for about $70,000. And so that's the expenditure. The dog shelter will only get approved if 2 things happen. First off, if the council wants it. And second off, if the council wants to sell this easement for the pressure station for Questar. And Questar's, they've sent us all the stuff. They're ready to go on this. From my perspective, having this pressure station in this location is a much better spot than almost anywhere else in the city, because you've got already kind of an institutional use that isn't going to be offended by it. Across the street is a large detention basin, and then the rest of the area around is undeveloped. So anyone coming in after the fact is going to be knowing that this facility's here. It's not going to be put essentially 30 feet from someone's existing home. So it's a little bit better location as far as impact on neighbors in residential areas.
So what is the value of that lease?
So essentially what we're doing, what we've done is looked at what Questar would have to pay if they were going to buy a lot somewhere else in the city and put their station on it. Mm-hmm. And that's where we've come up with the $80,000. That's what the lots in the lower half of the city are going for. But
is that 80,000 plus the value of the asphalt and the value of the landscaping, or?
Yeah, plus.
So
we're getting more than just the money.
And
we're getting less than what we got from those other guys per square foot.
Yeah, we told them that. We told them we wanted, $3,500 a square foot, and they said that probably wouldn't work. But they, and that's why it might be, we budgeted it at 70,000 because we know they've committed to that. We're asking for 80, but on top of it, they're probably doing $10,000 to $20,000 worth of improvements to bring that corner of the facility up to match everything else that's going on the site. So. And
we now have our path to our future animal shelter as well, built by Questar, the asphalt.
How
drive
long
approach.
do we keep animals there before we take them out to that county thing?
Generally, we try and keep them here instead of sending them to the county facility because it costs so much. So we've been very successful getting free dog food donated. So it's not a cost to get them, they don't require, supervision. Someone goes and gives them food and checks in, but it's very cost effective to put them here versus sending them to the county facility, which is very expensive, and then the county gets the revenues from when the dog's picked up, versus if we keep the dog, that comes to North Ogden City to offset the costs of animal control. So we try and keep them in all cases here if possible, but of course our facility right now is at the old Public Works building, which is working great now, but we hope to have that area sold to a developer at some point in the next few years. So we need a location for a new facility, and this was part of the development plan of the new Public Works facility. There's already water lines and power. Was there power too, or just water?
It'll have Water, power, and sewer.
that were installed in this area previously, so that's already there. And basically what the proposal that's in front of you is to take the revenue from Questar and go ahead and build that shelter now. So we have our new shelter. It's the last thing that we have to have at the old Public Works site. Then we're ready to sell it once there's interest from private market to purchase the old Public Works site. Whether that is next year or in 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years, we're ready to go when the private market is interested.
So we're tied into some kind of a fee, annual fee to the Weber County Animal Shelter anyway, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're one of the cities that signed a contract to help pay the bond for the county facility. And we still do use it sometimes, but to be frank, we use it as little as possible, because not only do we pay the fee every year, there's also a per dog fee on top of that. So it's actually more economical for us to just keep paying that fee and keep the dogs ourselves than send them out there.
How much longer do we have to pay on that fee?
Do you remember, John? It's a while.
I think it's 10 more years.
Yeah, 10 or plus years.
What happened is when the agreement was signed, I think the way it was sold to the city was all the cities in Weber County will be signing this, so the proportional share will be smaller. And it ended up being just us and Ogden and Weber County that signed up.
Well, there's a few others. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's only about maybe a third of the cities. So it's not been a good financial investment for the city, to put it bluntly, and we've tried every avenue to see if we could get out of it, but isn't it about $25,000? I'm pulling that off the top of my head, but it's
Per year?
Would you say it's 35
significant.
or?
I'm not sure.
And we do get a discount on our animals that we drop off over what non-participating cities pay, but it's not significant.
Drop off a lot of dogs.
basically that. I'll say this, and I don't mind saying it publicly, that dog shelter is nicer, newer than most of the city halls in this county, and the building is stunning and it's beautiful, and in my opinion, way overpriced. It's not been managed well, and it's better for us to have something we can do on our own. And we have that participation when we need it, because sometimes there are, a aggressive dog or a dog that no owner ever claims, so it needs to get adopted. We take it out there, and they can handle that kind of things. But it's not been well run, that animal shelter, and it's just costing a ton of money. So
Do they euthanize dogs out there?
they do, but they try and do it as little as possible. They have quite a successful adoption program for dogs and cats out there at the county.
So is the shelter we're paying the $25,000 to, is that another taxing entity? Is it the Weber County?
It's just to the Weber County Sheriff's Office. So it's run by the Sheriff's Office.
Well, next time we'll make our signature contingent on 70% of all the cities in the county signing up. How many square feet do we anticipate in our animal shelter?
I think they're talking about a 20 by 30, so essentially a 600 down, 600 up, so 1,200 square feet.
Versus now we have maybe a third of that.
Yeah, and no office space or anything like
Or
that.
storage space, yeah.
So on this bond we share with Weber County, John, when that 10 years is up, are we out of that if they decide they want to remodel? We don't have to participate in that?
Well, and so, we're only obligated as long as the bond is outstanding. So, that's, yeah. And I have heard through the rumor mill they are looking for someone else to supervise the facility. Not saying, I think they're transitioning. I think they've got a temporary administrator there now, and they're looking for somebody. So
Yeah, part of the problem is it's been run by law enforcement personnel, which, because of retirement and things, cost more money. That has been a positive change that's been made. Is it will be a civilian employee, so hopefully that will reduce some of the costs. But we pay very little of the costs because we send very few animals.
Except for the
We
fixed.
pay for the bond, which the bond was set up based on population, not usage. So, that's what's going on there. But the operational costs, we pay very little for because we send very few animals, and that is based on usage, the operational expenses of the shelter.
And just along those same lines, not to get too far off track, but if you could encourage all the people you know to contact our animal services, because anytime one of our residents goes and drops off a dog or a cat, or I guess it's just cats, we pay for it because it came out of our city. So if we can handle it in-house, then we don't have to pay the fee for the animal drop-off, if that makes sense. So just let your neighbors know that to call our folks, and they'll get it taken care of in the most efficient way for the city.
Can our guys handle trapping raccoons like they do?
Mm-hmm. We deal strictly with domesticated animals of two kinds, cats and dogs.
They won't trap you then.
So that's, anything else, John, you wanted to say on this? So council, that's our proposal. We know this is a new proposal, so if you need more time to digest this, we totally understand. We can bring that piece back at a later date, but that's the idea. Questar would pay us this money, and then we're saying we will just turn around and use that money to build the animal shelter just south of the Questar station.
So the obvious concern is that animal shelter could consume the 70K or 80K if you talk them into it. The 70K, we're talking.
We think it will.
You
Actually,
can't build a restroom for under
right, exactly.
$225,000.
It actually could easily go far above that. We've just said it has to stay in that amount. And John, that's
So we've been talking with specifically Dave at Public Works, Tiny, who I can never forget his real name,
Felter.
Scott,
Yeah.
and Matt on exactly what we can build there. And from what it sounds like, if we form a wall, essentially a 10-foot cement box, and then put a wood structure on top of it, we're pretty confident that if we're not finishing the upstairs space, then we can use it as storage for now and get the facility for $70,000 right around there. So.
Well, so just if you do the math, that's $116 a square foot. And we're not gonna finish the upstairs?
It's a lot of concrete is why, because the whole floor is concrete and then the walls. But maybe Carl could weigh in on that. I don't know. What's your feelings?
What's my feeling? I love concrete.
It's probably a lot smaller than any buildings.
you know, as far
$16 a square foot.
$116 a square foot, you're probably,
That's what we should spend to build a doghouse.
that doesn't seem outrageous.
Wives get mad at
So,
us, then this is the doghouse I wanna go to.
If I take the 70,000 and divide it by the 1,200 square feet, I come up with $58.33 a square foot. Did I do my math wrong?
No, I was doing in the 600, and a lot of homes have a basement that's not finished, and they have an upstairs, and I thought they were doing it for about 120 a square foot.
The initial diagram drawing desire from the police department was priced out at $210,000.
Yeah.
Which is still not even the cost of one restroom, as Councilman Uri said. So it wasn't outrageous, but we basically, we said, if we do this now, we're not putting any other funds besides what we are getting from Questar. Because we don't have a buyer for the Public Works building. We don't have to vacate next month. We could continue to get by with that one. So our feelings were, it needed to be able to be done in the amount we're getting from Questar for us to bring this proposal to you. And that's where the idea, okay, cut it down to this, just not finish the office space, just get the shell and the structure to where it's usable. our engineer feels that can be accomplished for the Questar budget, basically. So if you approve it, that would be what we're going to do. We're going to spend that amount and get what we can get built to where we at least have a functioning animal shelter. Other things will have to just be done in the future as the budget allows. And if you don't approve that, then that 70,000 or whatever the final amount from Questar ends up being will go into the fund balance and will be available for other projects or in the future to do the animal shelter.
So part of the reason that we're talking about doing the animal shelter now is, again, looking at this map, if we're not going to put it in, then there's not a real incentive to get Questar to put the asphalt in. Does that make sense? So if we don't put this in, then there's probably no reason to add more hardscape there and have us maintain more and plow more, unless we're going to put something down there. Unless the council wants to say, you know what, we're going to do that in the next 4 years, and then we can just tell Questar, okay, go ahead and put it in and we'll build it. You know, I guess we just saw it as they're tied together, so why not just do it at the same time? But we're, you know, I think from the chief's perspective, it's the storage space that he's more excited about than the animal shelter, because his evidence rooms are just jam-packed full of stuff. And this is a good spot to put bikes and things like that don't need to be as secure, and he can use his safer space for stuff that needs to be more protected.
I think I'm okay with this.
Me too.
Okay, other discussion on skate park and animal shelter. Okay, Evan, let's keep going on the other items then.
Okay, the next section includes stone signs at the city parks, sidewalk improvements, and the Pleasant View Trail improvements. These are grouped together because the revenue source is beginning fund balance, or just money that's built up in the fund balance over the years. Specifically to the stone sign project, the Parks Department has been utilizing ramp grant funding that we receive each year for those signs. And these are signs that they had budgeted to install last fiscal year. So we're proposing to roll over money that was unexpended because the project wasn't finished by the end of June. So it's money that we've received that we would like to reauthorize expenditure for. That's $14,750 for the stone signs. On the sidewalk request, there's a crosswalk between the aquatic center and the Montessori school, and there's no ADA access. There's just a curb on each side, and so we're asking for $4,500 to make that ADA accessible, and the school has agreed to pay half of that cost in their next budget cycle. So we're proposing to pay the full cost up front with the expectation that half of that would be reimbursed.
And when he says expectation, we plan on having a signed agreement that they're going to pay us back the $2,250. I mean, so we're not going to expend the money until we have that agreement with them that they're going to cover half the cost next year.
And which, by the way, is very generous of the school because they have no obligation to make sure the city's sidewalk complies with ADA standards. So we were able to negotiate with them, and Montessori School has been very generous with other projects. So just to make that note.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just one suggestion on that. I know we have these flashing signs, and we've had some budgets for those, and I know that I think we had some grants on those. We ought to really consider something there with it. There's quite a bit of traffic that turns there. We may want to, and maybe not in this one, but I think that'd be something that if we're doing it, we might want to consider those.
They actually, we did 2 weeks ago, installed flashing crossing signs at this crosswalk.
Oh, okay, great,
And Montessori School
great.
purchased them. So,
I planned that.
yeah, so that's another project. The school really has been great to work with us.
Good deal.
The third one there is the Pleasant View Trail. Similar story. We had money set aside for improvements to the Pleasant View Trail, lighting benches, and I think pavement was included originally. And not all of that was finished by the end of the fiscal year, so we're asking to roll over about $21,000 that was remaining at the end of the fiscal year.
What will we do that? Is that earmarked for more benches and lighting and that?
Yeah, lighting and benches. The benches have been installed now, so it's
Well, and the lighting, because the lighting was already ordered. It just didn't get here for us to pay for it last fiscal year. So this one's kind of more of a technicality. We need to pay for the lights now. We weren't able to last fiscal year, which ended in June, because the lights weren't here. So we need to roll that money over to spend it.
I've seen the lights, but I haven't seen them on. Has anybody walked there? And
Yeah, they
light
didn't
up
work
pretty
the
well?
first week because it takes a few days to build it up, but they're all on now and working.
space enough to give good light, clean light?
Yeah, the goal, I mean, they're not spaced close enough that you could necessarily jog full speed there at nighttime. That would have taken a lot more of them, but it provides kind of a security level of lighting and enough lighting for someone walking or something like that. But people are jogging even, with that amount of lighting, or they have a headlamp to supplement. Councilwoman Stoker.
Are they all in? Because I noticed there was one base
Yeah.
and there was no
Yeah,
light
there's a
on it.
base there.
I am not sure if they're entirely in. John, do you know anything on that?
So some of them have actually, a couple lights ended up being defective, I
Yes.
think, and so they
Yes.
took them out and sent them back to the
Okay.
manufacturer. So that
That
might be
the
why
reason.
there's some
Okay.
missing bases, because I don't think we put any bases in that didn't have lights to go on them.
Makes sense.
There's not
Thank you.
was there a plan to put any of them, it ended where is that 300 East?
It ends at the city.
It ends at
Oh,
like
I
300
see.
East.
Okay,
And I just wonder if there
Yeah.
were gonna be any that would continue along by
Lee's
Lee's
in the
at all.
park. I'm not sure on that. John, do you know?
I don't believe there's any plan to put them in the Centennial Park. I think, or the Bicentennial Park, because of the change
Well,
in
I'm talking
color.
about on the east or on the west side of Lee's, where it would be dark on the outside of the road.
Oh, you on the sidewalk as you head
On the
down towards
sidewalk, yeah.
2700.
That's not in this project.
That might be, we might wanna look at that and see if it's, because to come up to 300 and then if it was real dark, you might wanna have. a
Yeah,
couple
these
lights.
lights, they're quite nice, and they really do look nice at night. They're pretty bright. I mean, if you drive by at night, and they're only $500, and they take no electricity. There's no trenching. There's no boring. You just put them in, and they're there. So we'll be bringing more back. These are solar lights. We'll be bringing more back in the next budget to add on some of our other trails, or in parking lots and things, or in walking paths like Green Acres, where it makes no sense to drag electrical lines at tens of thousands of dollars of cost, when for $5,000 we can get 10 of these installed with no electrical cost. So we'll be bringing back some more requests to do more of these, because they've turned out really nice. Councilman Turner?
And Mayor, I sent him a text earlier today, or maybe it was last night, I can't remember, but Pleasant View City is looking at the same lights to continue it down their path going, because they really liked them too, so.
Yeah, a lot of their residents were saying, hey, we need Pleasant
Yeah.
View to add them now.
So I thought that was kudos to us that they want to do it too, so.
So all these items here are rollovers except the sidewalk. That is a new request. The other three are simply funds that had already been approved last year, did not get expended by the end of the fiscal year. We need to roll those over to expend for items that in most cases were already ordered, just not expended yet for them. So So the sidewalk really is the only new expenditure here.
So do we need to plan on, do we know what the life is of these solar panels? And I know that solar panel has to be charging a DC battery. And
John has been our point man on researching that. Just kidding. Do you know anything, John, on that?
handoff like you thought it was coming, huh?
Well, I was focused on a different agenda. I was looking at the Hug Hess thing. What was the question again?
Oh, I just asking
Do we
about
know
the
that-
solar panels and the batteries. I'm expecting that that we're gonna have to replace somewhere along the way.
You're talking in the actual.
Each of those lights, will only be as bright as that battery will hold capacity charge.
And so typically so the type of batteries, I know the batteries, you can just pop the battery out and put a new batteries in, because I know that that was part of the problem with some of the lights. They just had to get new battery packs to swap them in. Typically your battery life, if my understanding is correct, is 5 to 10 years for the battery life. The solar cells are similar time frame, although I think some people have said it's closer to 7 years. That you can almost count on them losing enough ability after 7 years, and then the LED lights they'll never burn out in either of those time frames. I mean, an LED light will just last a lot longer than either of those things will. So most likely the solar panel will be the thing that finally goes out, and my guess is that they'll just sell a replacement head. I don't know that for sure, but we can check. But just something else that would just fix on top of the same pole, and just swap them out for a couple $100 and move on. So
I know where Lynn's going on this. We ought to have a fund to replace those with instead of being a surprise.
And I've made a note, we'll have Tiffany come to a future meeting or work session to give you a presentation on these things you've asked about. Some of it we may not know until we kind of experience it, how long they last in our environment, but we can bring all the information which she based it on to, choose this light for that trail. Any other questions or discussion on the signs, sidewalk, and trail?
Coming in the future, I don't think it's in this yet, but I think early on the Economic Development Committee talked about having the signs, the entrance signs, be those stone signs too.
Yes, and the committee's still working on that. We're just trying to get approval from the property owners that are actually at the new city borders, because the signs currently are at borders that were in past decades. The city's expanded now, so we're trying to see if we can get new sign locations at the new city borders. That's kind of where it is right now. We're working with two property owners, one on 2700 and then one on South Washington Boulevard.
We need one up on Mountain Road, and I think I can get Sean Miller to give that access easily.
All right, the next proposal is related to the new well. Again, project wasn't completed at the end of the fiscal year, so we're requesting to roll over $72,770 in unexpended funds from that project. This budget item, the revenue, I guess, we had budgeted a $20,000 surplus bottom line in the water fund, and I think that was actually by mistake. So we're eliminating this $20,000 budget surplus as part of the budget amendment in the water fund.
And this again is the well's not costing any more than was programmed. It's just the testing didn't finish until just a couple weeks ago. So that'll be paid this fiscal year. It had been budgeted last fiscal year. We just need to roll that expenditure over to pay this fiscal year.
Right.
So the well has not gone up in price. It's just
Spread
out over 2 years instead of all in 1 year. Any questions on that one?
Nope.
Okay, the next one is the Rice Creek Detention Basin, and Mayor Taylor's prepared to talk about this one.
Harrisville border. So, council, in 2006, North Ogden, Harrisville City, and Weber County jointly built a detention basin on 2150 North, which is basically on the Harrisville border, about 300 west, roughly. John's pulling it up here on Google Earth. It is that 2150 North? Yeah, this is here? I think so. This is, yeah, it's all that there. That's the basin. Okay, so we got the map here. So here is, North Ogden Plaza. Here is 1875 North. Here is 2000 North. And then 2150 North, which does not connect to Washington. The only way to get to it actually is here. I think this is 150 East. So 2150 North, it's right on the Harrisville border, which is here. This street actually is separated between North Ogden and Harrisville. And there's this very large detention basin that was built just south. It's behind all these homes. And it was a joint effort between Harrisville, Weber County, and North Ogden. Harrisville, because it is in their city limits, was the lead agency. They paid to build the basin. Weber County put their contribution in right up front. North Ogden set up a policy whereby as homes developed in this general area that would use that basin, we paid them so much for each new home, and that's how it's gone for 10 years. The initial amount, it was in your packet, but roughly 90,000, Evan?
111.
Oh, 111,000. We've paid that down over the years as all these homes have been built. We now owe Harrisville
About 33,000.
33,000.
It's I think it's slightly less than that, but we put a conservative number.
There's a little negotiation on a impact fee. There's one slight question, but approximately 33,000 is owed. And Harrisville is asking us if we can please pay that off now instead of waiting for more and more homes to be built in the area. Their feeling is they've been great to work with. It's not, but it's just kind of they're saying, well, we are a much smaller city. We paid this. It wasn't expected it would take so long to pay it back, which is true because it was built in 06. The housing market crashed 07 and 08. Nothing was built. They've been, carrying this debt essentially for all this time period, and they've asked if we can pay it off. So it's costs us no more to pay it off now than later. The agreement was set up as such that we only had to pay it as homes were built in the area. The good news is, John, can you pull it down slightly? This area south of the Montessori School is the townhome project that has been approved for 79 units. That will all be going into this basin. And when it kicks off, it's going to pay almost $80,000 in storm drain impact fees. So, we could easily pay this off. And what we're asking is that we simply pay this debt off to Harrisville City, and then those impact fees, as we collect them, instead of giving them to Harrisville, they'll just go back into our own storm drain fund. So it's essentially a request from our neighbor who's been wonderful to work with on a lot of issues, and I strongly support it. We have the money in our fund balance. We have other new developments in the area that will be paying impact fees. And so we're asking for simply to pay that amount to Harrisville that's owed all at once instead of waiting as the contract states. Councilman Swanson.
I'm going to channel Jim Urey here for a minute. North Ogden residents paid a little over $2 million in a bond for a senior center to the tune of about $90,000 a year in maintenance that Harrisville City participates in for ZIP. For how many years? And they're
Doesn't say the exact number of
they're
years.
wanting. When I saw this, considering that it's North Ogden taxpayers that foot $90,000 a year to keep that senior center going, that it's North Ogden residents that footed the 2-point-something million to build that thing in the first place. Harrisville residents use it for free. I totally respect Harrisville. I understand that they're a small city. I'm more than happy to pay this $33,000 if they want to start paying a third share of what it costs us and our residents to provide them with a senior center.
I could be wrong, but I believe they use that cabin as their senior center.
Oh, they're not using ours?
Well, I think Pleasantville used the big user.
Yeah, their residents can use it
They
because it's
can use it, but
they have
they
one.
typically use that cabin, that log cabin there.
Okay. Well, thanks for the correction. I thought they were,
I was just wondering. if
I
they-
knew Pleasant View, but I frankly am okay with paying it. I just,
So I was just going to mention that this branches project that you actually all approved we modified the ordinance to allow for it. It was the tandem parking question. We thought they were going to start construction 3 months ago. They've been held up because they've been doing projects in Harrisville. That I honestly think that this will start and we'll have the $33,000 in the impact fee account before the end of this fiscal year. So, because I think they'll do half their project in the spring and then the other half they'll start next fall. So I think that the money is coming. The check isn't in the mail yet, right? So, if that helps.
I was just hoping they'd loan it to us out of their RDA fund.
They have to get it from their CDA.
So the funds to do this are in our storm drain fund, which is very healthy. I mean, we can easily make this $33,000 payment without imperiling any projects.
Okay.
Thoughts on this one?
Okay with that.
Okay. And then the last one was the RDA, right?
Yeah, we've
Which was
already
already
discussed
approved.
that one.
Okay, any questions or discussion overall before we hold the public hearing? Okay, then the public hearing is now open. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any comments on the proposed budget amendments, we would love to hear from you now on those. Okay, seeing none, is there a
move to
motion?
close the
adjourn?
public hearing.
Second.
I thought Cheryl would do that.
Not adjourn, close the public hearing, yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing is now closed, and council, how would you like to move forward on these items?
Just ordinance 2016-37.
Yes.
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2016-37, approving amendments to the 2016-17 fiscal year budget as discussed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the proposed budget amendments. Is there any further discussion? We'll start the vote with Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker,
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
and Councilman Uri.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that passes. And similar item, the consolidated fee schedule. This has been brought to you a couple times, council. There's been some requested changes. We've made those. We've had the staff discussion related to the annexation costs and things. And our finance director, Evan Nelson, is ready to present to you those changes. We also have some proposed changes from Councilman Satterthwaite that he and Evan will also discuss.
Okay, I printed out a new copy of the proposed fee schedule and put it on your desk, so you should have that there. I'd like to go over the proposed changes that we've already discussed, and then we'll talk about the ones you haven't heard about yet. So if you'll turn to page 4, under the community development section, we talked about these changes, and there were some questions about the annexation section. Since that meeting, our city staff has got together And we made a few changes. The $800 city fee remains as it was before. We eliminated the $200 deposit required, and we eliminated the hourly charge for administration time. So for an annexation, it costs $800 plus the actual cost of postage and publication is what we're proposing there.
And the actual cost of city engineer time.
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you. So that's where the annexation was. The other changes here, I think there were just a couple of $200 deposit required that were still there, and we've struck all of those in those fees. So do you have any questions about the annexation fee or any other community development fee?
This was mostly that we found that there was some discussion back and forth amongst staff about some of those numbers, and if this is
Yes, the staff has synced up, and these are the recommended amounts.
good.
Okay.
So just one question Annette had. Apparently we call our department the planning department, not the community development department anymore. So do you want to change the consolidated fee schedule to say planning? So if you're okay, just mark that down in the motion that we're going to change anytime it says community development department to planning department, or that, yeah.
Okay.
The organized sports on page 6 was one we talked about too.
Okay, that one was in there last time, I think.
Okay.
We changed.
Well, it wasn't in there, Councilman Yuri noted.
Oh, it wasn't?
We didn't have it in here. It had been
okay.
passed previously, but wasn't
Well,
included.
I don't see that, I mean, we were talking about $1,500 a year, and we made an increase in that, and the way this thing reads, if I'm reading it right, $1.50 per participant per season, or $400 per season. That doesn't add up to $1,500 for the AYSO to use that.
Well, they have approximately 1,000 players.
That's right, but
So
this
it'd be
is saying
$1,500.
$1.50 per participant or $400 per season.
Does that mean they can choose?
So they can choose that and pay the $400? That shouldn't be that
Tiffany's
way.
response to that was the $1.50 per participant is for AYSO specifically. But maybe we need to say that in there.
I think it ought to be clear.
Specify.
I think because, for example, the lacrosse pays 400. That sport, but it's a lot less players.
Yeah, I think it needs to say what AYSO is, and then you do have $4 per participant per season, or $400, so that ought to be for other lacrosse, spelled out that it's lacrosse. But I thought we approved an increase over $1,500. We were getting $1,500, and you said you negotiated an increase there, Mayor, and that doesn't indicate an increase.
Well, was the $1,500 the dollar?
It was the dollar. It was $1 per
Times the-
participant.
Was it?
And now it's $1.50.
Isn't right
yeah.
now it'll
Yeah.
go up
So by,
50%?
so we went to a buck
There's
and
a
half, and we
50%
got
increase,
1,000
yeah.
participants
Yeah.
instead of 1,500
No, we've
participants.
got, I think it's the same number of participants.
Okay.
So if there's some confusion, what we could do is make it clear that it's or a minimum of 400 per season. I mean, I think it looks to me like the 400 is a minimum. So if you're going to organize sport that want to use North Ogden City facilities, you have to pay $400.
$1.50 per season, or
A minimum of 400 per season.
You know, I don't like that, because I think you got some kids that are coming in and practicing softball, and they got 9 or 10 kids, and they're gonna pay $400 a season.
Well, so it wouldn't matter unless they're utilizing our facilities for the actual organized games. Like it would, if people are going out and using our facilities just to practice on it, that wouldn't qualify. So it's when they're reserving and using our facilities on the reservation and for the actual organized events. that they pay the fee.
Or we could say the higher of 150 per participant or 400 per season. Although I think what Tiffany was trying to do here is other sports are paying 400, much smaller sports. But we want to make sure, I think that was the idea here, or is that already in the consolidated fee schedule, the current one?
I think the current one said $1 per participant per season or 400.
Okay, so that's not necessarily a change. That's what I was thinking.
No, I don't want to muddy the water this year in this budget and thing on the $400. I think that I'm okay if we spell out that that's $1.50 per participant in AYSO. But I think that we ought to really take a look at that in the next budget year. If we've got people that are using the park that have 9 or 10 players or maybe even 20 players, and they're paying more than $1.50 a person to play in that.
Or we could put something
Probably
like,
putting less use on that park than the soccer is.
we could say something like groups over 200, $1.50 per person, or $400 per season for smaller groups, I guess. Because that's basically how it's being done now. The smaller groups that are organized sports pay $400 for a season.
What
And
other
then
smaller groups do we have besides these listed below, baseball, football?
We have
Lacrosse?
lacrosse. They play, and I don't know off the top of my head how many players it is, but maybe 100, give or take.
I know that Tiffany at one time told us that lacrosse just tore up the fields. So maybe 400 for a smaller group is okay if it's lacrosse, but I'd question whether it'd be okay for somebody to go there and play softball or something.
Well, I guess my concern is that the way that reads I couldn't interpret it and
I couldn't.
figure out how to charge the fee. So we ought to get it worded right, and rather than us try to second guess what Tiffany has all this experience with, got to make sure that she's happy with it. But point out that at least to us, maybe she can tell us how we read that to understand it. She can, or
I think she was probably just utilizing discretion on who to apply the 400 to and who to apply the $1.50 to, which is probably not the best way to do it.
Not on a fee schedule.
John, any recommendation here?
I mean, if you want to get Tiffany's input, then we can just bring this line item back again. My impression is that I think it was the 400 was a minimum, so that any organized group, whether it's rugby, lacrosse, or anyone who comes in and says we want to reserve time at your facilities, they're going to pay the $400.
So that should say then 150 per participant per season or 400 per season, whichever's higher.
Like so. Like that?
That way, if your 150 per
So that's
participant
bigger.
is less than 400, you pay the 400. If it's
Greater.
over, you pay the higher amount.
Greater. Or I could even spell higher correctly.
I would suggest that.
How about greater? There you go. That's easier to spell.
So
That.
then, John, you probably ought up there where it says 150, and then after that it says $4 per person. Then that $4 would be taken out. Is that
Crossed
correct?
out one.
Oh, that's already a deleted.
That's a
So
deleted
that's showing the change that Evan made.
Okay.
In fact, I was going to try and change this to make it red so it looked. I mean, it's not the exact same change, but it shows
Okay.
that it is a
I didn't see
new.
that line across. Okay.
It's only 9 o'clock, Mrs. Clemens.
It's mine too.
Yeah, we're ready to follow you out.
Okay, any other discussion on that one, or are you comfortable with that change, whichever is greater? Clarification.
I'm good with that.
That's good.
Okay, Evan?
Okay, so
Oh, actually, one to follow up, Councilman Uri had asked on page 5, the field prep fee right before this one. And I asked Tiffany if she was comfortable, if that was an accurate fee. And she and Becca, our recreation director, reviewed that and said that it takes one employee 1 hour to drag the fields. And so they feel 30 is adequate to cover the time and equipment for that fee.
Plus put the lines on them and stuff like that.
And then she said, we've not had anyone request field prep for a few years because our programs utilize the fields during baseball season. So sounds like we're not charging that very often. Like the soccer does their own field prep. We don't go put the lines for
Flag
them.
football, now, do we put the lines on or do we?
We do because that's a city league. So we do for baseball because it's a city league. So she said we're not actually having any field prep we've been doing for other non-city leagues. They do it themselves. So, which is fine. That's probably easier for us, easier for them. But she did feel that fee was adequate if we do it, just to follow up on that one.
Okay, let's turn to page 10. These fees that we'll talk about now are fees we haven't discussed in city council meeting yet. So they're new. The first one, page 10, we're proposing to change the non-residential user water fee. The base fee would stay the same, but the per 1,000 gallons fee would be changed from $1.19 to $1.62. And the logic behind that was to bring that amount on par with what residents are paying. So this non-residential group would include commercial, schools, churches, industrial uses. Any questions about that one? Sorry, let me also just say that this change is recommended by Dave in Public Works, and they've kind of evaluated it and made this recommendation.
So just to be clear, the biggest expected impact would be to churches and schools who are the non-residential users who use the most water. Businesses, we don't have a lot of businesses that use a large amount of water because we don't have any manufacturing or so it would affect business users too. But I think the largest impact would be to schools or churches where there's a large amount of water usage. So not arguing one way or the other, just making sure that's well understood, that those would be the groups you may hear from.
Right. And the logic was that those users should at least pay the same amount as the minimum per 1,000 gallons that residential users are paying. So.
Yeah,
And that was Dave's number. I made some recommendations because it looked like builders that are going to build a construction project needs our water, and they're getting rates better than our residents. So but Dave's addressed both of those. This was his number to move that up to $1.62, which is the lowest tier for residents up to 6,000 gallons.
Right. Okay, the next line just below that is a new fee that hasn't been in the schedule, and it's called the leak rate per 1,000 gallons. So when a resident has a water leak, the water department director and Dave approve their bill to be adjusted so that they're paying this base, this $1.25 per 1,000, which is
Less, right?
It's the estimate of how much it actually costs the city to produce the water, not including the overhead. So it's really kind of a generous thing for the city to do that, but since we do it, we thought we ought to put it in the fee schedule.
So typically what happens is, if you remember our fee schedule, when they hit the 6,000 gallons, jumps $1 to $2.62, and then to $3.62, and then $4.62. And so if someone has a leak, they could easily use 15,000 gallons. And so this would allow us to say, you know what, it really only costs the city $1.25 for that 1,000 gallons. So we're going to, make the adjustment in the water manager's discretion.
Is that contingent upon some kind of proof that it was a leak and not a usage?
Yeah, they review you last 12 months you've used consistently 5,000 gallons, and all of a sudden it spiked up to 20,000 in a single month, they'll make sure that there's an accurate story that matches to the usage.
Oh, okay.
To
Yeah,
determine
because
that.
my concern is, occasionally you'll have somebody who leaves a hose bib running, and they don't catch it for 24 hours, and you run multiple thousands of gallons through that thing in a 20. That's not a leak problem. That's an awareness problem. And that shouldn't be covered under this $125. If it's a leak, it needs to be an underground pipe, something that is an actual leak, and not a, whoops, I left my water on and I ran up a 15,000 gallon bill this month, and please have pity on me.
So if you'd like, we can pass on direction to Jason that essentially says we want them to prove that it was a leak through an invoice or pictures. They got an invoice from a plumber who came in and fixed the work, or if they fixed it themselves, they've got pictures showing they tore up their front yard, or their basement flooded, or.
So I had a brief discussion with Dave on a couple of other line items, and what he said was that he and Jason have to approve every one of those.
Okay.
Whatever their criteria is. I would rather leave it to them
As long as we've got somebody or some mechanism that's ensuring it's not just a mistake that shouldn't be alleviated and versus a leak or something out of their control. Okay, I'm good with that then.
Councilman Turner?
As I said, when we lived in South Ogden, I had a old pipe that leaked, and I didn't know until I got my bill. And then the city was actually, what they did is because they did their sewer based on your water usage, and so they waived all the sewer fees because I wasn't paying water in the sewer; it was just going into the ground, and so it actually cut my bill in half. So they were able to work with me that way.
And I also believe our new monitoring equipment, it catches it every morning, a new signal, and if there's a huge spike, I believe we are getting in touch with the residents to say, hey, what's going on? So there's some catching.
It's not computerized just yet because we don't have enough of them out there, but as soon as we have a few hundred more of the new meters, then it will be tracked to where if a resident has an unusual spike that indicates a leak, there's an alarm that can be set to alert to that. So hopefully we would catch it. I once had my water heater, it broke. It's in the room. I had no idea. It was just leaking into the little drain. So it was several days before we figured out what was going on. And I didn't come in and apply for the leak rate, but I guess we could have if I'd known about it, because it was a legitimate leak.
Okay. On page 11, this is the part Councilman Satterthwaite was talking about when contractors need water and we hook up a meter on the fire hydrant and provide water to them. There was a concern that we were giving them water at a lesser rate than our residents. So Dave looked at this, talked with other cities, and proposed that we change the base rate from $25 to $50, and that's for water up to 15,000 gallons. And then 16,000 gallons and greater, change that rate from $2 to $4.62 per thousand. The $4.62 comes from the residential tier of 18,000 and over. So
I may be reading this wrong, but it would appear to me that if they used 15,500 gallons, they're going to pay $50.
Annette just saw that as well. So council, what we could do is change the 16,000 to 15,001 gallons. So it means as soon as they cross that 15,000 mark, then they start paying the increased.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm going to make that change. So 15, like that.
Very good.
Ogden City's, their hydrant meter rental was $600, and then they charge $4 per 1,000 gallons. Period.
So they'd rather build out here.
Pardon me?
You'd rather build out here?
Yeah, so at the Ogden Temple, I had 4 meters that we put deposits on, just because we had that much going on, so. We had to repair them too, because contractors are hard on stuff.
Okay, let's jump back to page 2. Councilman Satterthwaite recommended that we do some cleanup on the building department organization of these fees. And as we were talking about that, we realized or recognized that our impact fees are listed here under the building department, and some of them or most of them are also listed in the back in the impact summary table. And so to simplify the fee schedule, we're proposing that all of the impact fees be listed in the impact summary table at the back, and that those fees be eliminated from the building department section of the fee schedule. So that's what you're seeing, all the red strikeouts. We have some headings to make it a little easier to navigate. Water connections, sanitary sewer connections was already there, and then building permit fees is there. As part of this change, there were a few items listed under the building department, a few of the impact fees that were inconsistent with what showed up in the table. So John and I went over those, and we put in the table what we felt was the best approach, I guess, or the best interpretation of what the fees should be. Really, it was mainly the multifamily unit fees where there was a discrepancy. And so we've eliminated all those from the building department. And John did a calculation. John, I think I'll let you explain the multifamily fees that we put into the impact fee table.
So what happened, council, is when you were approving all the expenditures and the planned expenditures for the village at Providence Point, I sent you a memo that essentially said, based on what we see across the Wasatch Front, typically a multifamily unit uses between 75% and 60% of what a regular house uses. We didn't account for that in our fee. In fact, multifamily uses were supposed to be paying the same as a single family, and that could potentially have exposed us to some risk of lawsuits. It's not as big of a deal because we haven't had many coming forward, but as we see more coming, this in this table is a much better way to have it essentially put on the fee rolls, identifying that it's a 67.5% discount, or it's 32.5% off for multifamily units, and so they're being assessed on a per unit basis, not on the size of their connection. Because what you typically see, and Councilman Turner might be able to back me up on this, is most of your multifamily units use about a 2.5 inch meter, and they'll have anything from 6 units up to 16 or 20 units. And so if you were going off meter size, the city would lose an opportunity to capture some fees that we should capture to cover some additional expenses in our system. But it's not fair for us to charge the full $3,300 per single family residence type fee. So this is kind of a happy medium between the two that makes it so that essentially our fees are legal, and what any developer who came into the city who saw the $3,300 per multifamily unit would have been able to essentially sue the city and say, no, you need to give me a discount. And this just takes that into account. It kind of preempts the argument, if that makes sense, just like we did with the village at Providence Point. So.
Evan, I'd like to go back to page 2 there for a minute. See, I wonder if we ought to put just a little asterisk there and insert for impact fees, see patients such and such.
I'm sorry, Councilman Satterthwaite recommended that too, and I forgot to put that in there.
Okay.
Great minds thinking alike.
So where would you like that in the?
Well, I think if you put them, just a little asterisk in each section, under water, under sewer, under where we have impact fees, just put a little asterisk in the little thing that says. for
See
impact-
page 12
See
for
page 12
impact
for the
fees.
impact fees. You know,
So what if we just do it up at the very top? It's like the first line item under building, because otherwise we have to insert it in there like
Well,
six times.
let me tell you why I would prefer it the other way.
Okay.
Is because if you put it at the top, very top, you know, maybe they don't think there's an impact fee for one of those things. But this alerts them that there is an impact fee to every deal. If we have an impact fee, if we have that sentence in that section. Of course, if they looked at page 12, that I guess I could alert them too, but
Okay.
Well, and you could also just say, see whatever that table, impact fee summary page for all applicable impact fees, including water and
List them out.
sewer and storm drain, and I noticed that over on page 3, I thought that Central Weber Sewer District deal was, it doesn't say that's an impact fee, but it sure looks like it to me.
Sorry, that should be scratched. Yeah, because that shows up in the table now.
So this should be deleted, those two lines?
Yes.
you could put,
Yep, okay, good, yeah.
you could put some wording like there are impact fees in the following areas: water, sewer, blah, blah, blah. See page 12.
Okay, I think that's reasonable.
So just,
Put it at the top and then
And
list.
put at the top, you put something about impact fees are charged in the following areas: water, sewer.
and then do like,
Water, whatever we have them for. Yeah, that's great. I like that, John.
Fire and central sewer, let's see. Central Weber Sewer District.
And storm.
Stormwater.
so that,
12 and 13.
If you're gonna capitalize some of them, you ought to capitalize
Yeah.
all of them.
so,
Put an impact fee in.
so Annette will fix the,
Caps part, but that's what we're gonna, in words.
Cheryl.
okay,
should we
There's
put
an S in front of Central Weber Sewer that I don't think you need.
that's where it jumped to, okay.
Cheryl, we could put an impact fee for the city council item to stay after 9 o'clock.
You're on camera.
And we can prove that cost too.
Once we make all these changes, I think the page numbers are going to change.
Okay,
That's why I wouldn't put pages on there. I just say-
Or we
see
can
the
add them
summary.
at
There you
the
go.
end once we've cut everything out. Yeah.
so just do it like this. And you can,
Fill in the blank.
Page XX. We also noted the impact fee summary page had a year on it, and we decided to take that out of there. At 2006.
We have to pass this every year anyway, right?
Right, this gets passed every year regardless, so.
Right. I think we've talked about all the changes in the fee schedule now. Are there any other questions?
Discussion on this, council, or are you ready for a motion?
We need a public hearing, don't we?
No.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at something else. Is this resolution 24-2016? Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 24-2016, approving the amending of the
Consolidated fee schedule.
consolidated fee schedule. Wow, getting late. As discussed with the changing of community development throughout the fee schedule to planning department, as discussed.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution 24-2016. amending the consolidated fee schedule with the change of substituting planning department for community development, and all other changes noted in the discussion. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker, Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
and Councilman Swanson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then that passes. We'll move on to items 6 and 7 are related to a permit request for a beer license for the new Hug Hess Cafe, which is going into the old Wingers building. And the remodel, just to give you a quick update, I've been tracking it closely with the owners. It's going well. The building really is going to look beautiful. Of course, the outside already looks nice with all the remodel, but the inside's really coming along good. They're hoping to open the end of this month, so things are going great with the remodel. They are applying for a beer license, both because they need to purchase beer to make their famous beer bread. That's actually the vast majority of their alcohol is used in cooking, but they also do sell alcoholic beverages as well and have applied for a beer license, and there's a few items related to that. Our city attorney and administrator, John Call, will present this item.
Okay, council, I'm gonna pull the map up so it's a little bit clearer. So there is a code provision in the state ordinance that says if you are within 200 feet of a public, or within 600 feet of a community center or library, you can't have a beer license unless the city council gives you a special exception or a variance. And so what we're worried about is the distance between this building and this park is less than the 600 feet. If it was a school, it wouldn't be allowed. There couldn't be a beer license within a school, within 600 feet of a school.
That's just Bicentennial Park, right?
Right, and so because this is a park, we're allowed to give a variance. As the mayor explained, this is, every indication is it's for their bread. They have to essentially it comes in kegs and they fill up their mix with whatever they put in it, their secret ingredients, and but so they need a retailer's license to get kegs and that sort of stuff there. So that's what they need it for. And the state only allows us to do it for those two types I just talked about. And essentially, once we approve this, then it'll go to the state for their background checks, and then they'll be up and running in 3 or 4 weeks, right, Mayor?
Yes, and we do the same for the Lee's Market license, just to note. So they have a beer license, and it is within the same feet, and same issue arises.
7-Eleven as well. There's the proximity there. They've got it's a slightly different license because they're retailing it, whereas here they can actually serve it in a container. So.
No, it's not public comment time, but I have a question. Are they going to sell, John just said alcoholic beverages, are they going to sell beer at the cafe?
Yes, they will sell beer and wine, is my understanding, at the cafe, as well as use it in ingredients. No, yeah, it's not like a bar by any means.
That's a different license level that you have to get from the state to get a bar for the hard liquor.
Clarify which license
Yeah.
they're after. I understand the difference.
Brother Looney, I'm going to talk to Bishop Johnson. Just throwing it out there.
You may talk to them all you want. I'm retired, just understand it. I wanted to know what was going on.
So all the applications are in. We feel very confident in this application. It is within that X number of feet, so we need your approval, council, for the variance. If you're so inclined, we strongly encourage an approval because other businesses in the area have the same variance. This is a great business. Selling alcoholic beverages is part of that business. I don't personally have any concerns about that. I think it's going to be a beautiful business. And if someone has a wine or a beer with their meal, that is not a concern to me.
I'm a little concerned about the ducks and the rats over at the park.
We have declared war on the rats, and we've had an extermination company out. The traps are laid. there's going to be significant progress made there. So we're on the rats at Bicentennial Park.
Okay, I didn't want them getting drunk.
Maybe you could get them drunk, it'd be easier.
And so, council, as you saw in your packets, this is actually a state form, this whole section here.
Is that what the motion needs to say?
And so, well, you're just approving the local consent and then also the city's beer license approval. So there's two, that's why there's two separate agenda items.
So the first one is the local consent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Is there further discussion or a motion?
Wingers had this approval, right?
As well, yes.
So did the other place that went in there.
Mayor, I move that we approve the local consent as discussed, reducing proximity requirements for Hug Hess to receive a beer license.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve a variance for the proximity requirements for Hug Hess to get a beer license. Is there any further discussion? We'll start the voting with Councilwoman Stoker,
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
and Councilman Turner.
Cheers.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
He's
Okay.
gonna whine about it.
Thank you. So item 7 then is to approve the actual beer license for Hug Hess.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the beer license for Hug Hess.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve beer license for Hug Hess. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
Councilman Uri,
Yes.
Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Did I get everyone?
You did.
Okay.
Yes.
For some reason, I lost track there. Okay, thank you. Moving on then to item 8,
My
into
dad
the
would
end
be
here.
so excited.
Council, we'd like to propose a temporary land use regulation related to the R4 zone, in particular on Washington Boulevard. This came out of some of the discussion we had last week about the new form-based code. We're trying to get a new look and feel on Washington Boulevard versus what some of the ordinances would currently allow to be built on Washington Boulevard. That project is underway. We don't yet have a final form-based code to bring before you, but we would like to recommend that we have a temporary land use ordinance to ensure essentially that we don't get a bunch of projects that aren't going to meet the form-based code implemented between now and when the form-based code is approved. We don't have, there's not a specific developer who's asked for a project. That's not why. We're not trying to block a specific project that is underway. But in general, we're just concerned that some basically low-quality projects could be built before that form-based code is done because there's still months to go before that is done. So to be more specific, my concern, and John will discuss it in a little bit more detail, but that the current R4 zone, which much of Washington Boulevard is currently zoned R4, allows for duplexes and fourplexes, which I just think is not what we want to see on Washington Boulevard. And so this would serve to prohibit those until the new form-based code is approved. And we have plenty of good multifamily projects going in other areas of the city. I don't see any reason to allow duplexes and fourplexes to be built in an area that we're trying to have better quality projects. So that's the genesis of it. So John, can you give some details of what the proposal is? And then, of course, we'll have the discussion.
Yeah, so let me see if I can zoom in a little bit on this. Helps if I click on this one. So this is the area we are most concerned about in the city is the R4 zone. Obviously, this is not as big of a deal because it's not on the Washington Boulevard, but it's also fully developed. Same thing applies for this area where you got townhomes that have all filled out, but this area is completely undeveloped. In here, there are some larger single-family home parcels that could easily be purchased and turned into a multifamily unit or area. And then even more so as you head further south, there's a bigger risk of some of these. Let's see, where's the cannery? So the cannery's right here. There's some large properties there. And the biggest concern is that the whole purpose of spending the $40,000 on writing a form-based code is to make sure that this street looks how we want it to look. We originally looked at this ordinance and almost wrote it to essentially say, no more multifamily. And in discussions that we had, that we kind of decided it was better to say, we're not going to stop it, but if you want to do multifamily, you've got to come to the city council to have them approve your site plan and elevations. So essentially like a mini development agreement. That way, as you're thinking about the form-based code, if someone wants to do something, then they come to the city council. You've already seen lots of pictures and things, and more will be given. And the council would essentially say, we really like the way this project looks. Or you might even be able to say, you know what, you would have been able to build 8 units, but what we're going to do is let you put in 12 units, but you just have to put them on top of some retail space. Or you have to make your building situate like this or look like this. And so what this would do, it just allows for essentially a 6-month window for us to get our form-based code into play before anything would happen on any of the larger parcels that are vacant right now, and help us kind of, I guess, align the corridor with what we're essentially spending the $40,000 to. So, questions that you have?
Yeah, I do. I've got some questions. If we were going to do that, then we should have thought far enough ahead of time that we would have included every piece of property in there in our, what do you call it, CD, our
Under general plan?
our CDA.
So,
I'm specifically going to tell you right now, John, there's a C2 piece of property, and you can see in the next
right
piece.
here?
Yeah, right there. Okay, I personally just sold a piece of property right close to that to a person who owns all of those apartments back there. Before he bought it and before I sold it, we checked with John to make sure that he could build 4-plexes there to match the ones that he already has there and get an exit out onto Washington Boulevard.
With who did you check with?
We checked with Rob.
Oh, Rob. Okay. I didn't know anyone had talked with Rob.
He wanted to make sure before he bought it that would be allowed, and so that was sold with that after both of us checking with Rob that would be allowed.
Okay.
So
I wasn't aware of that. And council, I mean, I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't do this. We're just giving this as an option. And I think it's particularly because if we're going to regulate with a form-based code the way the street, then I think we're just trying to look at what do we want the street to look like. And the way that this was written, Councilman Uri, if there is and I think I know the property, two houses of Kurt's. This current ordinance would allow that sort of thing to still happen. It just would give the council the chance to say, we understand you want to put units here, and
To review it and approve it,
and maybe
determine if it.
and maybe give more units. Instead of 2 4-plexes, maybe he can get 3. It's just they're going to have to look.
Qualify for 3 4-plexes now, or an 8-plex according to Rob. And he doesn't want to put any of that in there, but I'm concerned that what you were saying here, well, we'll let you build a 4-plex there, but you got to put commercial under it. If that's the case, then we should have included that in our CDA.
Well,
No, I don't.
No, I think that was just an example.
Example, yeah.
Yeah. So
A condition that we could put on there saying, you can do this if, you got to make it a nicer project.
Yeah.
a true form-based code, if you went to the very essential requirement and what some planners or others would say a form-based code should be, is we're going to tell you what the building looks like, and we don't care what you do inside of it. You could put an industrial manufacturing store behind this wall, but as long as the wall looks like we want it to look like, and so, maybe it wouldn't be over commercial, but what we'd want it to look like is that the units that front the sidewalk look like a storefront, even though it's a residential unit.
And why I think this is something we should do is not because the one you're talking about, but I'm aware of other developers who are looking at old homes on Washington Boulevard to buy them, knock them down, and drop some, I'll be blunt, junky duplexes or 4-plexes into them. And I don't think that's where we want Washington Boulevard to go. That's not where we're headed. It's not that we're not allowing multifamily by any means. We've approved more units, this council has, than the entire previous years of our city history, but their quality, you know,
This qualifies for
Yeah.
multifamily units. That's the basis it was sold on
in a
and
few
bought
months,
on.
once the form-based code is done, depending on how what you approve, it very well likely might not qualify for the same things it does right now. So what this ordinance does is basically, it doesn't allow a period of, hey, the ordinance is about to change, let's buy these and get our duplexes in really quick before this new form-based code comes in. It basically provides a transition period where we say, that's no longer just allowed as a matter of fact. You're gonna have to go to the city council who will review this proposal, which is not currently how it's done. It would just need to go to the planning commission and say, does this meet the form-based code we're about to implement? Or that, you know what, we feel he doesn't need to meet it, or she, the owner of this property. But it preserves that option for the council instead of right now, it would just be allowed to be done. And I think there is some possibility of those kind of projects taking place, which would just really be unfortunate to put right on Washington Boulevard at this time when we're trying to change the look of it. So that's why I brought it to you, with at least my strong encouragement to pass it. Because it does not prohibit it. It just means there's another check now that it needs to come before the city council.
But we're making a strong case here that we want to make sure that our form-based code, as it is finally approved, really does affect our main drags. And I'm guessing, I'll bet there's another property or more that are in some, been some discussion and somebody anticipating that there's things they could do with the property that our form-based code will require something a little different.
It's just one of those questions of what kind of a Washington Boulevard do you want, and what are you willing to require as part of it? How do you each feel about that?
Well, I guess, I have a problem. I look at, I'm working trying to sell that property for a year, and we were negotiating on the thing all the time on that, and the whole purpose was to get some exit. If you look at that thing, if his only way into that property, to those rental units, those fourplexes that he owns in there, is to go up by Kurt's behind the soccer deal, whatever it is now, and go in there. That's the closest way for him to get out on Washington Boulevard, or to exit out of there.
Is it, so it's this property right here, is that correct? Because here's Kurt's,
Yeah.
and there's a house, and then this is the one that where there's a...
Yeah, that's
okay.
the one with the big field. And see those fourplexes behind it right there? That's the ones he owns, and they bring that road right out through that driveway. And build some other fourplexes that would match those ones that are right there. Right now, it's terrible to get in. Look at that cul-de-sac. That cul-de-sac comes in down there and comes out. Those probably shouldn't have been approved that way in the beginning.
UDOT may not let you go out that way.
I don't
anyway.
think UDOT,
Sure they will.
UDOT may
There's a
not.
driveway there.
They may not let you go out that
or
way.
a single-family home, not for a neighborhood.
So that they may
But
not.
that's
it
a
just
discussion
UDOT may
that's
not.
at least above, that's really
Out of this
in
council's
UDOT's control. Because they determine if they're going to allow a new access.
Well, won't require new access. There's an access there already.
Mayor?
Let me get Councilman Swanson, then Councilwoman Stoker.
I see this as a vision thing. It is about the vision that we've projected for Washington, and how we want that core of our city to look, and the desire to exercise some control over that, not total control, obviously, but some control. And so I'm in favor of it.
Councilwoman Stoker?
I am too. It's like we have a vision for Washington and we're working towards that. And I agree with what Councilwoman Swanser said. It's not something that we're trying to control, just manage it better so we just don't get what we don't want along Washington. So I'm in favor of it too.
And council, let me also again reemphasize that the way I wrote this is anticipating increased density and increased units. So hopefully adding more value to the property than would have been allowed under just the standard R4 multifamily unit. And, you know, with that would come some additional maybe expenses for the street front that faces the street might have to be brick or stone or something. But maybe now that we can allow a 3-story unit, I mean, you've got two stories behind and 2 stories across the street with the cannery. It might be a good spot where you could say, well, you know what, a 3-story unit wouldn't seem out of place, and now they get a whole extra floor of units. Or, you know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I think that I'm hoping that this ordinance gives the council the flexibility to do.
I hate to tell you this, John, but and maybe I don't hate to tell you, but a nicely built fourplex is a lot better looking than a cannery. A lot better looking than a cannery.
And I just feel, and I'll, be honest, John wrote this, but I asked him to. But my feelings are I rarely see, especially on a major street like Washington Boulevard, a duplex or fourplex that looks nice after a few years on a major street corridor like that. It's just not.
Go to 2100 North and Washington Boulevard and see the ones that Jeff Stowe, the ones Kurtz owns. They're always well painted. The landscaping
I'm
is
not
taken
saying they
care
don't
of.
exist. That's just, been my personal observations. And that's where I had asked John to write this, that they would not be allowed for 6 months. But he actually took it in a better direction that still could allow projects to proceed. It just has to come before the city council to determine it. Because we are kind of 1 foot on our current ordinances and 1 foot on developing a new vision for Washington Boulevard. It would give you, the way John actually wrote this, the discretion to review a project and decide if it should be approved for this interim period, but until the form-based code gets approved.
And
So it doesn't shut them down necessarily. It just gives the council that extra review and discretion.
To make it to fit what the council decides should be the vision of Washington Boulevard.
Yes.
That's where
what the whole
form-based code
form-based
is
code
going.
is
Yes,
about.
it is.
I think form-based codes are all about control.
In a way, it is.
Yeah, it is.
And it's one of the benefits of being in an incorporated city. It's also one of the things you have to live with, depending on how you look at it.
Until recent years, it wasn't one of the things you had to live with, till somebody from Salt Lake started going with form-based codes, and then everybody else jumps on the bandwagon.
I think you have to have a plan for where the city's going in the future instead of helter-skelter. Then you don't get yourself in trouble with roads or infrastructure or anything else. I mean, look, we didn't see down the road and we ended up with a check place, which we, so we had to make it so we didn't get a whole bunch of those along Washington Boulevard. So I don't see anything wrong. It's like we're not saying no. And I don't think any of us are that unreasonable if they come with a plan. None of us are about control.
Oh,
We just want what's best for the city.
which is control.
It
Well,
is,
you
it
have
is
5
to a certain
members that
extent.
can say
It
yea
is.
or nay.
But this will put us in like a development agreement. Basically, what you're saying, we will have with every developer or anybody who wants to build on there.
And that's what it says, is that they would enter into a development agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it gives us the latitude to deal with these individual situations on a case-by-case basis. 6 months is there state law that limits us to 6 months?
For a temporary ordinance, you have to adopt a new ordinance within 6 months, or it reverts back to the previous version. So.
Is there an ordinance or a number, or what on this?
2016-38.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve this temporary land use on, regulating an R4 zone. It has been stated by, our city attorney, John Call.
Second.
And it's, I guess I didn't say 2016-38.
Second in agreement with that
Second in
addition.
agreement.
And so, just to make sure, we are on camera now. So, Councilman Uri, if you feel like there's a financial conflict here, you can abstain if you'd like to. But
Well,
it's,
I've already got my money. There's no financial
okay.
conflict.
I was just
going
going
to
to say it's in your discretion. I mean, obviously you fully disclosed everything. but
I'm
just
I'm
letting
not
you
going to
know.
abstain from voting because I've gotten my money. I just think that there were some. That was when we first started talking about selling the property. That was his concern. He went in and talked to Rob, as did I, and we were given assurances that that's what could be done with that property.
Well, and that was correct at that time. And now it's
Well, and it
changing.
might still be correct.
shit.
It still might be.
And really, that's exactly what could still happen. But I think the bigger question would need to be resolved with this project. I'm not aware of the specifics, but is with UDOT, because that is not in our control. And yeah, so
that
that's a
is
discussion for
control.
UDOT. Okay.
UDOT is control.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve this temporary land use regulation related to the R4 zone. Is there any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Uri.
I'll vote no, and I'll say that the longer I'm on this council, the more I see that this council votes for more and more control over people's personal property rights.
Thank you. Councilman Swanson.
I vote yes.
Councilman Turner.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stoker.
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite.
Yes.
Okay, then that passes, and if any projects come forward, council, they will be brought to you during this period until whatever you determine will be the form-based code goes forward. Our last item, council, is pretty simple. There's an election, in case you haven't been paying attention lately to anything going on November 8th. We technically have a council meeting scheduled for that night. We feel it would be best to cancel the council meeting. Is there any discussion on that?
Move that we cancel council meeting on November 8th due to the elections.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to cancel the council meeting on November 8th for the elections. Is there any further discussion?
Are they doing any early voting that's going to conflict with the council meetings?
Annette?
No.
Okay.
And this one is being entirely run by the county? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, you should receive your ballots. They're mailing them out on the 18th. So you should receive them. And I will have a ballot box here on the 18th.
And then on election day, though, you can come and vote here as well,
Come and vote
right?
here
Okay,
From 7 to 8.
okay. So either turn in the mail one here, mail it in, or come vote here on election day. Okay, any further discussion? Start the voting with Councilman Swanson,
Yes.
Councilman Turner,
Yep.
Councilwoman Stoker,
Yes.
Councilman Satterthwaite,
Yes.
and Councilman Uri.
Yes.
Okay, so then that one is canceled. We've now, it's not on here, but we have public comments.
Public doesn't have anything to say.
Okay, then let's go to our staff comments. Evan, anything to add? Okay, Annette?
No.
Okay, John?
Just a reminder, obviously, I meant to say this at the beginning of the meeting and I forgot, but we are on camera. I'm saying this to I'm letting the planning commission know it's coming down the pipe, but just everyone remember, we're on camera, so you never know what people will see and think and say. So just, sometimes we joke and just remember it's all going to be saved on the internet now. So, and I need to be just as careful as anybody else because.
Going on your public record.
Yep. Yep.
And one person is still watching, so there you go. Okay, let's start
Shall we all wave
with
to that
council.
one
Let's
person?
just start at that end. Councilman Turner?
Just it came up. It had a couple gentlemen hit me up at church just this last week and said that they had read somewhere that North Ogden City was not going to put up a nativity scene because there's some legislation and all this other stuff. And I told them I hadn't heard any of that, and we had it up last year. So I just want to, on record, I'm all for putting it up. And so I didn't know of any, I didn't know of any regulation. I told them, I said I'll petition to put it up.
We have a holiday display that does
Right.
include a nativity scene, a
Correct.
Star of David for Hanukkah, other seasonal items, Santa Claus, reindeer.
Sleigh.
It's a mixed, not a single denomination display, and it will be up again this year.
As well as what they are calling mega tree. So they're going to build a Christmas tree out of lights, and Tiffany calls it mega tree. So just be ready for that.
Is this down at the?
It'll be right here out front in the main square.
It's going to be impressive.
Must be giving her plenty of money for lights.
And that's all I had was that
Okay.
came up. It was like, so-
Councilman Swanson?
Few things. One is the striping on 1050 and others. I saw your shot across the bow to Staker Parsons today on Facebook. Appreciate that, and I'm hopeful
We
that
got to answer within a few minutes
and they're going to get it done.
by the end of this week.
Wonderful.
Which, to be fair to Parsons, it was their subcontractor, but they're responsible for their subcontractor, and they did a great job on the paving portion, which they handled. The painting subcontractor has not been reliable.
Right.
So they are committed to doing it before the end of this week, provided it does not rain.
Right. Second thing is regarding AYSO. I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again now. I want to see us look seriously at limiting the amount of parks that they can use on any given Saturday. During AYSO season, every field and every park is packed full, and unless you're playing AYSO soccer, you don't have a park to play in. And they have Far West and Pleasant View parks that they can use. I'd like to see a certain number of our parks reserved for non-AYSO use during the AYSO season.
I'll ask.
And we can rotate those parks each year so that parks get hammered differently from year to year. But I think residents and families who want to use a park for something other than soccer ought to be able to do so, at least at a few of our parks.
I'll ask Tiffany to address that as well when she comes to talk about the lights.
And then the last thing I have is regarding the senior center. It is the burr under my saddle that our residents fork out close to six figures a year for residents in other cities to take great advantage of, and it happens year after year. You figure it's we're pushing $900,000 since I moved here that North Ogden residents have put into that senior center, compared to $50,000 that the other biggest user has put in. And I'm all for them using it. I'm all for it being shared, but I think it needs to be an equal basis. And if it's not, then there needs to be something different in the fee schedule that non-North Ogden residents pay a higher fee to participate in the classes. Something along those lines that makes it more equitable for the taxpayers in North Ogden.
Yeah, we'll put that item on the work session for November.
Wonderful.
So please be thinking about that because the time has come to pay for the salary for the director and things. So we do
Yep.
need to have that discussion.
Yes, we do.
So, let's please put that on November work session.
And then last but not least, a shout out to our law enforcement and their participation in Day Out for Safety on Saturday. That was a whole lot of fun. The dunk tank was great. Cheryl lasted 6 minutes.
I did not.
It was only 6.
No, it wasn't. It was 10.
10 minutes.
Or hypothermia.
The water was pretty cold. Her lips were blue, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a great event. And our new police dog Ciro is a hit. He's great.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I was out of town for that one, but it sounded like a lot of fun.
Note to that, the police chief was the first one to dunk me too.
Oh, really?
First ball.
Did he pay?
Yeah, more ways than one.
You missed all
In
three
next
on
year's
mine.
budget. Okay, anything else, Councilman Swanson?
No.
Okay, Councilman Uri?
Yeah, I think on the senior center that there are some limitations because it comes under some federal funding and is under the county as to whether they can bar some people from coming there and using it without, and have to pay extra fees. I just completed an audit on it, and I think that one of the things that is a burr under my saddle is that you go over there and go in some of that ceramics room, you see all the ceramics around, that's things that people have made and never paid for. And then
I didn't know
a lot of them, and a lot of the guys that are making silver things, I mean, they spend money to buy these lapidary machines, and those guys pay $10 a month to use those machines, and I mean, and then the 10 guys can be in a class, and the same 10 guys have been in there for 4 or 5 years, so nobody else can get in the class. I mean, it's just it's poorly run, in my opinion. Now, the one thing that they do, though, Mayor, that maybe we should have checked with, and maybe we did, I don't know that, but they do shredding for free at least once a year, maybe twice a year, and we're having to pay for it.
It's subsidized by Weber Human Services.
Well, but at least everybody can go over there free. At least the city doesn't have to pay for it if we advertise theirs. I mean, we're going to have a shredding day, and we're partnering with America First to pay for that, to have somebody come shred, and whether Weber Human Services does it or not, they have theirs for free. We don't have to pay a dime for that if we partner with them on it. So I think we ought to look at that next time.
Yeah,
If we're going to
or just coordinate it with, at the same time they're doing theirs.
I mean,
Announce, take it to the senior center instead of to City Hall.
Yeah, and they even have us get rid of your old computer day and all that kind of stuff. So we ought to coordinate it with them. Hours of animal control. Years ago when I was on the council, we found out that most of the animals that were causing problems and being let out were in the nighttime. So we asked our animal control person to work at least one night a week in the evening so he could stop that kind of thing. And I don't know if we still do that,
He does. During the summer, I don't think year-round necessarily, but I know he does for sure, basically like from spring to fall, the most common time when people are out. He works, I don't know if it's every week, we'll find out, but I know he does do night shifts and Saturdays, one Saturday a month, to be out and visit the parks and stuff. So I'll see from Chief kind of what the schedule is and let you know.
Do we have any indication when or where we might be seeing the sign go up that we talked about that was going to go to Veterans Park, that would, the lighted up sign to advertise things that are happening in the city?
It is being ordered. Has that been come up in the meeting I was not there for? Okay. We'll have to give you an update with the full information. I don't have that on top of my head. I know Tiffany's working on it, basically since she came back from maternity leave. So I'll find out where it is.
Okay. And then the last thing I have is, we're talking here about how we want the city to look and our vision for the city, and we have an employee that goes out and tells people, you got to cut your grass, you got to make your yard look better. And probably one of the worst looking places in this whole city that everybody passes by is our old public works building, with stuff stacked on top of each other, trailers parked over there, sand and gravel and sawdust piled around there. It's a disaster. And it ought to be cleaned up. If we're going to ask people to clean their yards up, then we ought to clean our yard up.
Well, thank you for approving the animal shelter budget so we can move closer to selling that place. But
without even selling it,
we'll work on that, yeah. I think that sounds like something good for our city administrator to take on supervision of.
And I know, so I will follow up with them. We have had a discussion, I think, was it last this last Thursday at staff meeting. Anyways, or it might have been before that, but we've kind of told them, you need to come up with a plan on how you're going to make that look better, whether it's putting a mesh on the, it's part of the features is to put a mesh around the exterior fence or do something to make it look cleaner than it does right now, because it is embarrassing.
Well, right at the gate off of Pleasant View Drive, right at that gate, there's always wood chips or something piled there. I thought they were coming down from the one on 1700. But that pile's not going down, is it, Cheryl?
Those are still there. Okay.
Yeah, I will make sure that we have a plan on.
John will let you know on this one.
Yep. On when things are going to get improved. And
I took
is there
others.
would you like, I mean, is the biggest concern the piles of stuff, the vehicles, the
Everything.
weeds?
I mean, I defy you to drive by a vacant piece of property that's owned by somebody that lives out of the state that looks worse than that does.
Okay. We will get that done.
I mean, we talk about out-of-state landlords and they don't take care of their buildings, and we made Mr. King come replace the glass in his building, which I think he's done, and it's still kind of an eyesore even with that, but ours is worse than that.
Okay. Yeah, he's got a brand new parking lot in front of him now.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
There's the Kings in Hebert. That's all good.
I've seen it. It's still open.
Yeah.
Still surviving.
Anything else, Councilman Uri? Okay, thank you. Councilman Satterthwaite?
Well, I have less and less to say as it gets past 10 here. I will just mention on the Senior Citizen Center, it just seems like if we did much of what it was required to build the thing as far as pay, and we pay for all the maintenance, I think we should be able to have some control, or just a simple thing like these projects that are all sitting around over there and nobody owns them because they weren't required to pay up front. Some kind of a review and policy, I would think the city would have more control over. The whole bit of having some federal funding and I don't know that federal funding is tied in any way to what we have to do, whether it's there or not, but that's one that's chaos for me. And I feel like I'd like to get it ordered.
Well, top that off, go back to Councilman Swanson here. We got a city that gives $5,000 a year, and we give.
It's like $86,000 a year.
And we have the same number of people on the board as they do. So we can never outvote them. We can't, on that board, we can vote and say, hey, you gotta pay more money.
And if I may, Mayor, to that point, that board only controls the senior center organization. It doesn't control the building. We've established that. The building and the nonprofit organization are two entirely different things.
Send him
The
over to
city,
tell him next time.
but the city belongs, the building, the parking lot belongs to the city. That nonprofit group is allowed to use that building by the city. And so it is in our purview to have control. We just need to, find an amicable way, if we can, to exert the control that we rightfully should have over that building and parking lot because of our fiduciary responsibility to the residents of North Ogden. We're talking $100,000 a year for something that we have zero control over. We repair it, we fix it, we keep it looking nice, we fund it, we do everything. And we've basically turned it over to a nonprofit group and said, hey, do what you want with this $2.5 million building and $100,000 a year. There is no, you think AYSO's getting away with a lot?
Well, let's put them on the soccer teams.
But that's been my big sticking point. I understand that we can't control the nonprofit group. I don't want to control the nonprofit group. I want to control the building that the residents of North Ogden paid for, that they're still paying for, and that we own. It's our asset. It is not the North Ogden Senior Center group, nonprofit group. It is not their building. It is not their parking lot. It is not their facility. It's our residents, and we should be doing more to make that available to our residents, to make sure they're getting their money's worth, and that other cities who want to participate in using our building are paying their fair share to use our building.
And in addition
I
to
think it's
all of
our
that, we're getting ready to put more parking lot, more asphalt,
That's right.
more
We're getting ready to
fence,
sink
more
hundreds of thousands
landscaping.
of dollars into that thing,
I mean, if
Or land drains, yes.
into our
you guys
building.
can't handle that, we're gonna give you more.
I'm gonna tell you what, the mayor's gonna send John over to talk to him next time.
Actually, I'm looking for someone to replace me on that board, so if any of you are interested, I'd be very happy.
I'd be more than happy.
And just also, just remember that, and I think this was Councilman Uri's kind of pet project. There was the early morning Zumba class
doing it.
that someone tried to tell us, oh, you can't schedule that, and we just put our foot down and said, try and
gonna
stop
be there,
us.
yeah.
And so, you know, we not saying that that's the right approach always, but I think that helped people realize that North Ogden's we're gonna control our building, and we'll let you use it like we always have, but when you're not using it, or even sometimes when you want to, we get ultimate say. You're going to schedule it like everybody else.
I don't do Zumba.
We can tell.
Okay? Anything else, Councilman Satterthwaite?
You're not old enough to get involved.
No, I will talk sometime a little more about, you know, the city vision and things, because I'm not for controlling you. You've heard me say, I wish we didn't have all the ordinances and all the things that lawyers have to interpret. But people could go out and have a place by Willard Bay, and then Great Salt Lake Minerals could move in next to them, and they don't have any choice. But if you move to a city, then we have some zoning, and people then should have some reasonable expectation that we're going to ensure them that that's what's going to be around them is residence or commercial. And enough said for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Stoker.
A couple of things. There was a gentleman that came into work today, and he was talking about our roads and different things, and he works with UDOT, and I think he's your neighbor, Cam.
Who?
His first name
Cam Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't work for Utah.
He said he has he does consulting work with UDOT.
He works for an asphalt company and does consulting. He has a lot of clients all over the place, travels all over the place.
Mm-hmm. And he was saying, you know, he had some ideas with the widening up here, and also he said going down 2100 where we re-asphalted the road. He said it's a great job on the asphalt, but he said they didn't go all the way out to the edges. And he said when you don't do that, then pretty soon all those cracks that are on the edge of the road will filter back into our newly laid asphalt, and we'll be back where we were. So those were just some things I just would bring up. And then also somebody asked me, was there interest in the old King's building?
There's been some interest.
Okay, because I think the person that asked me, he must be like a realtor or somehow, because they approached him and then he hadn't heard back from them, so he wondered what had happened.
Yeah,
so.
there's been some interest there. Nothing has, taken off just yet, but there's definitely some people looking.
Okay, and Saturday was great. I think the people who came really enjoyed what the police do and who was all there. So it was a good day, except for being dunked.
Okay.
I wish that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who supported that. And I actually don't have anything other. We've talked about a lot of stuff. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We're adjourned.